Тук някакви настройки Ами да.
Регистрират ли се в този списък, де се пишат ръчно имената и се подписват?
Защото това ще продава малко.
Ще дойдеш и ще я питаш на място.
Както да е, да приключим това.
Аз го чувам, аз го чух, че тръгна. Може би, защото се рефрешна е нещо такова. Ето. Да, ма върви с 2 минути назад. Той така, това е нормално. Ало? Не. Той е в главата ми съм. Чува ли си? Да. Сериозно? Да, чува си. Да. Сега и ти ще...
Също помня, какво да
Ало? Да ме увелича. Ало? Дай сега да сменим обаче... Това е предаването на живо. Сега. Ява нещо трябва ми... Гласовия поток.
Да, и на OBS там.
На YouTube ми трябва. На YouTube, защото той в момента взима от камерата. Което по принцип не е проблем, ама не е много окей.
И някой да тук говори презентации, така да днес. И някой да говори от по-мале микрофон.
Опа! Не на output, искам на input. Ето. Избрал ли ми? Ало? Да, оттам е. Чакай.
Да, не можеш да на малко да така ще така.
Да, оттам е. Чакай. Ало.
Добре, ти си каза, че е окей.
Стига крака. Оле, тук приказва някой с много гаден глас обаче. Тайде.
Той пита на другия. Ти му обаче да седи.
Ами така ще го караме, а пък ние имаме мобилен микрофон. Някой като иска да приказва, ще приказва по мобилния.
Ще изписам една също по-правилно. Няма да списък, който ще...
Да, добре. Поне го разбрахме, че върви.
Аз продължавам да имам въпрос за защо не върви тук.
Реално това си мисля,
Perfect.
няма как да знаят дали са членове или не, ама ние просто ги пишем Двамата тия хора също.
Я дай на научите повече. Тук има грешка при произвеждане, връзката на сервера, този вид не е на лице, нещо се обърка, не бъде ти фъркам. За тук не мога да помогна. В смисъл не...
Или може да
сложим самия линк на ново. Можеш ли да драпаш в сайта?
Това да ще покажа. Не знам защо не може да. Не знам защо ти се не може да.
Подкарахме го, върви. В YouTube като вляза върви.
Чакайте, аз не съм сигурна дали миналия път го откарахме през сайта, просто защото научете повече какво. През сайта не знам дали дали не го пускахме. Миналия път с теб се наложи да направим чисто нов стрим и го пуснахме, мисля, само през YouTube по групите. Не съм много сигурна дали успяхме да го подкараме през сайта. Съдържание на възраст. Така. Тук какво сте цъкнали? Къде е YouTube? Състояние на поток.
Габи, как сте имали презентация? Не, няма.
Ама после, да оправят сайта и точно.
Анализ на потока лошо. Ние какъв интернет ползваме тук?
Към кой Wi-Fi се е свързвал този въпрос?
На университета.
Добър.
Сравнително.
Ако пуснем на живо, как тръгва камерата?
Те сега са само магистрите тук, тъй че те нямат достъп до там.
Ако някой с OBS, не знам.
През OBS.
Да изберем...
Ама OBS-ът ти записва това, което се вижда. YouTube ти отговаря за това, което се вижда през камерата.
Активиране, стартиране, така. Той линк копирали ли сме го?
Той съм купила само да го сложа
Там, да. А той е пуснат ли е поток към всички? В смисъл, ако цъкнеш сега YouTube, излиза ли това нещо?
Да, през неговия телефон излизаше.
През моето сега вървеше.
през на Дейси също вървеше.
Значи, че чува и това вижда. Не знам, дай да го копираме пак, ако искаш, но няма какво друго. Кой адрес да е отвъд?
Не знам дали по този копирах.
Ако трябва пък пробвай другия да копираш.
Приключваме се.
Да, Еди. Да, така. Я виж часовете дали се впада. Ама не, то няма часове днес. Стриминг, ето виж. Я да пак.
Добре.
Дали ще прехвърли към...
Не, друга дъжда.
Добре, ще предам този фидбак. Добре. Да си казва, че връзката е окей и се чува, като говоря от микрофона, тук се чува също добре.
Значи, може би няма да успеем да го подкараме през сайта, което просто ще пуснем линк в групите, като миналия път. Направихме и това е.
Някой път трябва да се...
Ние, всеки път го правим.
Да, точно така.
Ами не, аз миналия път опитах, уж беше наред с линковете, после като не можа да тръгне на самия ден.
А ти си каза, че се вижда екрана на лаптопа, не камерата. А те трябва да се вижда камерата, предполагам.
Ако искаш, докато сме тук, да сложим на description самия линк за YouTube.
Да, ама стоп recording, start recording.
Ама...
Тук искаме да прехвърлим на камера. Ами ето тук ти си на дисплей кепчера, искаме видео кепчера. Девайс. Тази ли е?
Да.
Webcam? Или HP камера?
Не. Тази 720.
Добре. Опа, не cancel. Ще ни даде тази видео кепчер девайс.
Ето, тя даде преди малко.
Да. Ама... Ето, окей. И сега... Не си ми едно кафе на лице се. И нещо за хапване. Ами да.
С молба към гуговете.
И може би на
С молба към...
Чакай, тук имаше нещо като...
Вода минерална, нали? Вие искате нещо? Може да държат нещо? Водичка?
Едно кафе с захар.
Цецо!
Да.
Ти плесне ни шамар.
А защо ли? Ай, защо ли? Ай, че грубо
Е, пусна.
Много грубо бе.
Ама да, ама къде?
Да. Цъкни там не...
Еми ето това е видео. Не, преди малко се пусна, аз смених. Тук deactivated пише. Защо да е activate?
Activate. А, така.
Така. Преди малко, без да искам, цъкнах и се включи камерата на лаптопа. И
Не, излезе
Не,
картина
тази
за
си
видео.
излезе ли тая?
Да. Аз да казах, че го смени.
Да не е другата камера.
Ама тя е и другата камера при това положение, защото аз цъкнах
Да, тя е
ето
USB-то.
това. Ами да, аз цъкнах. Не, това е тая.
А другата защо не иска да работи?
Ето USB видео девайс, чакай.
Ето, да.
Ето USB-то е, да. Не е 70.
Добре, извинявай на част.
Да,
Значи,
да. Е, това е.
Ама тя више кай калпа.
Не,
Ама защото ние нали искаме да гледаме залата, пък то нищо не се вижда в залата.
не бе защо. Зависи коя част ми залата. Чакайте да. Дай ми аз. Не стига. Чакай, ето тук дайте да видим. Горе-долу да се вижда.
Лаптопа мръдни.
Не, чакайте.
Ама нищо. Така да не мисля.
Не, ясно, стойте сега да помисля. По принцип има сплит скрин, обаче Габи не знам дали има хванала цаката да се вижда на
То е
едната
на
част.
спlit screen.
Не.
да, има нещо такова.
Има
Сещам
на
се.
едната част да се вижда презентацията, а в ъгъла да се вижда
А, за OBS-а?
който говори. Да. И сега въпросът е къде ще заставят презентиращите, за да може те да се виждат на екрана. Да не съответно къде ще включим камерата. В момента целта е да насочим камерата към презентиращите. Габи през това време да провери как може да пуска презентацията на екрана.
Чакай малко. Не можем ли там в ъгъла да я сложим?
Ще натисна окей, защото...
Да, ама той е лаптоп, той е презентаторския лаптоп.
Намерих YouTube видео.
А към някой друг, към този не можем ли?
Ние миналия път го правихме с два лаптопа. Един от който излъчвахме, един от който...
Аз затова те питам, с ThinkPad не може ли да го направим след много?
Сигурно можем, аз просто не знам, че е ThinkPad и как ще се случат нещата.
Чо? Може ли да пробваме с твоя да включим лайвстрима? С камерата. С Lenovo-то.
А нашия лаптоп къде?
Няма къде да го пусна.
Защо?
И съм в България.
Нямам такова.
Какво ви трябва?
Нямам кабел за...
Значи,
Ама не, то става
Кажеш
въпрос
си-
само за видеото, а пък презентаторския да остане тук. Защото не се вижда нищо с камерата.
Да.
Какво ви трябва? Аз
Може.
мога да дам моя за камера.
Не бе,
не, чакайте сега. Габи, я пусни да гледаме какво се вижда там. Дани, и нататък и насочва един където.
към презентираш.
Еми да, или някакси... Габи, ти дали се справиш с това презентацията да се вижда на екрана? Защото имаш дисплей capture.
Аз малко по-долу.
Еми да, тук мисля, че от дисплей capture трябва да пускаш екрана. Опа, т.е. като имаш тук
Макар че
презентация.
хората, които седнат тук, грам няма да се виждат.
Кои?
Ако я сложим там, действително хората, които са зад нея, няма да се виждат.
Добре, то пък си ми без микрофон не се чува, така ли?
Ами чува се само единствено това, което се приказва от камерата. Като цяло най-добрият вариант е да е от тук.
Без микрофон не се чува. Защото варианта е камерата да насочим от там и хората малко по-активно. В смисъл, аз нямам нужда. Има. Ето.
Ние сме модерни, бе. Вие се с нас ще се бъзикате.
Не. Деси.
Не, аз съм го изключил.
Айде да го включи за тестване, дали. Деси ще ме чува.
Да ще каже много
Не,
добре.
работи.
Не, аз искам да гледам Деси дали не чува на стрима с това микрофон.
Да, бе, чува се.
А сега защо камерата не...
Еко, Деси, дали не чуваш?
Чува ми. Аз също ги чувам.
Добре, знаеш, ще бъдем с този микрофон. Ще включим камерата. Така някакси.
Само твоя работи мобилния, другите двата не са.
Добре, да, по-добре така.
Така даже 3 секунди. Награда. Аз ще пропусна тук. Няма да чуя.
Ще се радва.
Габи, какво си виждал камерата в момента?
Не знам, не ми излиза както миналия път. Не знам, не ми излиза както миналия път.
Не изглежда като миналия път ли?
Не стана ли?
Да.
Добре, виждаш се ти.
И аз сега. Докъде се виждам аз?
Що те е ставало на въпрос за тебе, разбираш ли?
Ставало е за на въпрос.
До тук. И тук се вижда само
Говорили сме.
от носа ти нагоре.
Хубаво. Викам мерси.
Симулири, говориш за какво?
Някакво подни малко надолу.
Къде?
На главата му да е надолу.
Симулираме сега къде е точката за...
Идеално,
Не може
да.
надолу, просто смотриш.
И това бях предвид. Добре, ми вижда се или идеално. Чудесно, чудесно.
Мислех, че микрофонът ти.
Не, микрофона, окей. Така добре.
Да, обаче това вижда ли се на стрима? Да, обаче това в момента вижда ли се на стрима? Извинявай.
Ами, би следвало. А не, чакай.
Всичко беше един тип, всички бяха едни и същи, не знам.
Окей. Я да видим, ако му дадем окей, какво ще вижда. Да, би трябвало да се вижда. Да, питай я.
Каза микрофона по-близо, ама да, окей, добре.
Да, какво?
Микрофона по-близо, ама се трябва.
Ама аз, не съм се пробвала с микрофона специално. И аз сега...
Ако е през камерата, ти гарантирам, че ще се чува. И с тези микрофони, и с другия микрофон. Знам, защото сме го...
Да.
Погледни камерата какво вижда.
Защо пак изчезва? Защо изчезва това нещо?
Не чух.
Ами, изчезва и се появява и не знам дали е свързано през камерата да минава.
И трябвало да минава през камерата. Я деси да ти кажа.
Не, каза, че не е така.
Ами сега е пуснато.
Дани? Тиксо? Хартиен?
Имаме. Ето и нали го лепиха те. Юстин питай. Юстин се разхождаше. Юстин?
Device default, аз му дадох OK. Config.
Аудио. Capture audio only.
Ето OK. Не, чакай, Output Desktop. Не, това го изключи. Capture audio only.
Трябва ли ти сега?
Дай, в мен да ще му намеря къде се включи. Мерси.
Ако няма там свободна дупка, кажи. Чак да кажа, ще ти намеря дупка. Значи от тук влизаме в стрима, което ми напомня, че пак трябва да оправим стрима.
Не, стрима е окей. Ще го споделим с линк.
Добре.
Няма да го пипаме, ще го споделим директно от YouTube, не ще го остави от този сайт. Къде е обаче сега твоята програмка? Така. Да, знам аз. Сети.
Няма да стане, така трябва да спреш.
Чакай.
Какво се питваш да направиш?
Стой, спокойно. Видео.
Трябва да спреш стрима, за да можеш да работиш по тези неща.
Това е какъв файл ще ти изкара?
Добре, не спирам от тук стрима.
Утре мога ли пак да помня за асистенция?
Разбира се. Даже после ще го погледнем малко на спокойствие. Как да го оставим.
Че забравих тиксо мисля.
Да.
Аз търсих тиксо, забравих.
Чакай сега. Явно ме стисна там да видим къде ще се събираш в камерата. Да сложим един хикс на земята, къде да презентират хората и да се вижда. Тук си идеален.
Ама... идеята е тук да презентираш.
Ще го
Не, какво да търсим?
Не, защото искаме да се виждат хората.
Идеята, знаеш какво мислиш? Идеята беше тук да се презентира в момента, в който има някакъв въпрос и се минава с мобилния.
Да, обаче ще ми хората ще се включат и да може с мобилни да директно от там. Защото тук честно ти кажа, при все, че и аз и ти не сме ниски. Крива. И го има тялото, че тялото ти е препречено. Тя ще се... всички са окей.
Дани Бой. Камерата точно така ли ще бъде? Защото ела да я видиш какво правиш.
Да, казвайте да я въртиме и да я лепиме, за да не я бутне някой. Това ми беше мисля една.
Дани Бой, я се стени в средата.
Браво, Яна.
Колежката да потвърди. Не, ела да видиш.
Да, ще дойде да видя, обаче да не се пък гледа и публиката, защото няма презентираш по камера. Евентуално.
Не.
Това ли се вижда? Това се вижда.
Това се вижда, да.
Не предполагам, че те си това виждам.
Стой, не мърдай. Ако искаш,
дайте малко
имаме и
назад.
Мегдан да я въртим, нали? Както кажеш.
Така някакси, да, така. Не, само. Така.
Мръдни вдясно. Още. Не, за да се виждате и тук хората.
По-скоро да е в този край да се виждат хората.
Никой, който не презентира, не седи на едно на 100 хора, стига. Просто е тук ги пускаме презентаторите да си.
Да, някакси е тук.
Те ще се въртат. Да.
Сложи 2 хикса от до.
Да, това така е.
Ама, липни ми моля се камерата, да.
Насам, така.
Не.
Така. Според мен е така малко те в телефония.
Перфектно. Перфектно. Ама ние Дани Бой го изгубихме.
Нищо, аз ще маркирам сега. Тук виждам.
Ляво. Опа. Слагай.
Виждаш се.
Ляво. Дай. Не, много. Дясно. Опа. Там. По-русински спри е опа.
Бързо въпрос. Вода има ли някъде да може да се
Там зад жорката има води.
Води много.
Сокове и който се взима.
Най-отзад.
Не им казва още. Да седят.
Че аз не съм се регистрирал.
То и аз не съм с това. Хората не са тук последните пати, да се пресяе.
Според Деси съм дала да си... Тоест, пък я въртна така. И според Деси съм дала да се настройва, да се смотря на екрана, пък я въртна така наистина. И... Не знам как да го правя.
Чакай, да си дава от тук да си подиш екран. От програмката. Може да ме вкараш в програмката, че нещо са.
Ето програмката си.
Спирай всичко. Освен видео кепчер девайс.
Стоп стриминг.
Не. Ето. Дисплей кепчера спри. Долу. Ето случайно.
Така.
Да. Така.
И това ли?
Имидж ми може да излезе. И янта не така, трябва да е окей. Да, защото в момента ти дава само това на екрана.
Много про-американски.
Дали знаеш за паралелното събитие, което сега ще тече от 10 часа? Добре, има едно събитие, което е организирано от ESA, един диалог и съответно може по някое време, т.е. след 5 минути да изляза и да се върна по някое друго време.
Ти нали не си носител на глас? Добре, може да правиш каквото искаш. Не бе, прави каквото искаш, аз не съм ти падар тук, не съм ми бързал.
Що?
Мисъл, който иска да седи човек, никой не караме да си. Тук вижте, може да се прави.
Чакай, може би да.
Ами аз какво направя бе Деси?
Чакай, ми карай.
Защо да го вличаш да го гледаш? Само да е изцяло. Ама не, че съм постигнала това, което търсим май.
Ами не, то се вижда ето това в момента. Ние искаме... Да. Само секундичко. Да.
Имаме две пълномощни, но тъй като другите...
Добре, да изказваш всичко.
Така.
Само да го поднечем да е средата, а не да е така на настрани.
То не е в принцип.
Се извинявай.
Така.
Добре.
Ако има как да го правим цяло.
Мерси много, иначе.
Не, мисля, че горе-долу искаме да... Чакай.
Успоредно двата?
Не.
Ама така няма да виждат презентациите, които...
Не, това е... Насрекахме камерата. Фокусното разстояние не може да ги отмисли.
Окей, добре. Студио мод. Не е тук. Благодаря ти. Виж, Габи, дисплей кепчър, като пуснеш... Ти от тук ли ще пускаш презентация?
Не. Този е лаптоп.
Този е лаптоп, да.
Този е.
Така че те ще виждат екрана.
Опа.
Добре, значи, Габи, правиш така. Пускаме дисплей кепчър. Спокойно. Така. Тоест, като спреш някои от тия неща, едното спира. В смисъл, ще спираш видеокепчера и ще пускаш презентации. За да може презентациите да се виждат на лайвстрима и хората да се чуват. Държиш дисплей кепчер и аудио. Има човек пред, т.е. като почнеш въпросите, спираш дисплей кепчера, и пускаш видеокепчер.
Кога? Чакай, бърках се. Идеята ми е тук да презентират, да се вижда и те, и презентация.
Не може.
Насочим хората да стоим само в едната част на залата, ще малко стоим в нещо така.
Да, искам в тази страна.
Сега няма да е по-добре според мен.
Да, според мен е идеално, че така няма да ги виждам.
Той сега сме малко хора.
Да те пазят и да те...
Дай да правим на почивка. Лайвстрима и покажем тогава. Защото в момента имаме малко. Габи, когато има презентация горе, я пускаш и ти от тук, на твоя екран.
На дисплей кепчер. Нали така?
Да, на дисплей кепчер и спираш видеоаутпут. Кога кепчера ти показва това, което е на твоя екран. Видео кепчера показва това, което е там. Другия вариант е просто да се вижда това, което е там.
Добре.
Да. И после ще видим как да го направим.
Някое време преди имаме си допълнителни батерии. И тук имаме възможност и батерии.
Добре, аз си сядам сега.
Чакаме и Ови и Дани, които тук.
Okay, guys, kindly take your places now. David, can you close the door, please? And hi. I want to say first of all, welcome to everyone, welcome to our ESM volunteers, welcome to our international guests. I want to say a few words before we start. I want to thank the OC. Is there someone from the OC who wants to say a few words? OC? Come on the stage, please.
words from me. From the president of USN University, I would say, we're happy to welcome you in our big university. It's not that big, but it's great. I think you love it. Do you like it? This is our new building actually, and this is one of our largest schools, but you're going to see more of it, I hope. I hope you're comfortable. If you have any questions or anything, just don't hesitate to contact us. And just a few words from European.
So I can be your guide at the university. Basically, in front of the building, you can go during your free time. You can have cigarettes, and also enjoy the sun. Also, we have next to the restrooms, a coffee machine, another one. You can go by that options. We have a non-stop and a supermarket near the university, actually in front of the main building. And all of you guys that had the stream from us will expect you to give it back to us at the end of the event. And also, in your welcome bags, you have a gift, a cup, that you can use so we can be eco-friendly during the event. You can make your coffees there, you can pour some drinks.
Just a few words about welcoming back. We are really thankful to the Students' Council of the University of Russia, who are our best sponsor at this event.
Okay, and now I would like to invite to the stage the president of our organization to say a few words to each and every one of you. Here you go.
Hello everyone, dear friends, dear volunteers, dear guests, dear OC, dear CT, thank you all for being here. Thank you all for coming to the NA, to this National Danube First Pearl event we have. It's a very important event because during these times we always gather, we have very difficult decisions to make, we have very lovely events to come to, meet everyone, see what everyone has been up to, and really get our organization going, because this is exactly what we're supposed to do. We are the young people of this generation, the Erasmus generation. And this is exactly what we have gathered for, to make this country better, to make Europe better, to make our education better, to make the youth organizations better, and really make sure that everyone feels as good as possible and goes in the same direction. And we have gathered because of our very common purposes, of the purposes we are here, which is to get everything going and to make sure the future we are going for is even better. And during this year of the European Youth Year that the European Commission commissioned, we have done several events, including an event that is happening at this very same university, local dialogue for the Conference of the Future of Europe. So thank you to the people, I'm not sure if they're still there, yes, Katutu is going to this dialogue to have the event going. And this is also one very important event that we have going. So in this year, we have so many things happening, so many youth events that have all the generation going. And as you know, some of you have been, the Erasmus Generation Meeting, another very exciting opportunity to meet everyone from our organization and from our generation, the Erasmus generation, and really gather and see what the career opportunities are, what Europe can give us as an opportunity, and really make sure we can have fun and be as productive as possible. So I think this very tiring speech has to come to an end. Thank you all for being here, and I officially pronounce this NA open.
And now I would like to invite. Okay. Okay.
I have a very important thing to say, which I forgot. Katka is going to leave, and she's the person responsible for one very important thing that happened during the Erasmus Generation Meeting. As you know, there are the ESN Awards, and our organization, ESN Bulgaria, won the award for fundraising, thanks to Ekaterina Okova, our partnership manager. Kate. Thank you, ESN Bulgaria, and thank you, ESN in general. Have a good day.
Okay, guys, and now for the beginning, I will explain you the rules of the game we're going to play today. So basically, as you know, most of you know what NA is used for. As you know, in ESN, we are all about our rights. Okay, just a second. I would like to invite to the stage. We have a special guest today. This is docent Desislava Tanasova. She is a teacher of internationalization and communication in the Russian University. So I would like for her to say a few words.
Thank you. Firstly, I would like to welcome you here in our university. It's our honor and our pleasure to welcome you here. I hope you will have a great time. Not only great work, but also great pleasant time. And those of you who have been here in Russia and also in our university will know that we are always welcome to have here our guests, to have here our students, colleagues, and hopefully after that you will have lots of new good and pleasant memories from our city and from our university, and we'll welcome you again somewhere, sometime, I don't know. But have a pleasant time and have a strong work, and after that, lots of pleasant time.
And okay, let's explain the rules of the game. So basically, each section that has a right to vote has a local representative. If the local representative is not here, they have given their vote to another person from the section. As you know, we are going to make all of us can make procedural proposals if you are an active member of ESN or you are part of the chair team, which is us. If you are a member, you also can propose something, but it has to be until the deadline today. The right to speak on the discussions that we are going to do, all of you have this right, of course, our guests, our members, our colleagues, and the chairing team, of course, on the back. The speakers list, as you know, once a presentation or a segment is over, we are opening a speakers list, and if you think that you have something that can add value, a question or a comment, you can raise your hand. We are going to write down your name in the speakers list, and after that, you can say what you want to say, but please try to speak only when it's your turn. Try to not be rude to the others and to listen to what the other people are saying. Every person has a right on 2 questions or comments per each speaker's list. And I also want to say, if someone else says something, please don't say the same thing. If you want, you can add something on top of it, but I don't want this to be a single discussion or the same thing over and over again. I want this to be a very fruitful NA for all of us. And if you are addressed personally during these discussions, you can answer, but please, it has to be relevant to the original question and the specific discussion that we are doing. We can close the speakers list whenever we want, so try to be good to us, so we are good to you. Also, we are going to pass the microphone, this one that I'm using right now, so everyone else can hear when people speak. And the general conduct, you know what it is. I just want the people to be silent when others are speaking. If you need to take a phone call or something else that is urgent, please go outside. And I don't like just so you know, because it bugs me on the inside. If I see something or someone doing something bad, come and tell me and I'll give him a slap. Of course, virtual. If you have any extra needs, there is water on the back, juices, we have some also food and stuff. So don't hesitate to contact one of us or one of the guys on the back with the green shirt and the stripes. So the voting, as you know, in our organization, we have a simple majority, 50% plus one. So good? Yes? So the delegations, I want to do now a quorum check and see if all the universities are here. So, do we have a representative of Sofia University? Yes. Okay. Do we have a representative of UNWE? Yes. Do we have a representative of MBU? Representative of MBU? Okay, no. Do we have a representative from ESN Plovdiv? Yes. Do we have a representative from ESN Stov? Yes. Do we have a representative from ESN Wasika? Yes. And Varna? Okay. Veliko Trnovo? No. AOBG? Okay, we still have quorum check. So I officially announce my empty words as over, and we can continue with the real agenda. So the first thing we're going to do today is we're going to have the national board report and the support roles report. So I would like to invite to the stage the first national board member. Oh yes, I forgot we have something very important to do today. Because we know when there are votes, all of you cannot be here. In this room there can be only two people, which are called scrutinizers, and they will be here to basically judge our job and see if we do our job correctly. Is there someone who wants to be a scrutinizer? Your job is going to be only to pay attention to the voting system when we calculate it. You're basically going to be the police force. Okay, we have two scrutinizers from Austria. Awesome, thank you very much. Okay, guys, now I would like to ask you all, by a raise of hands, do we want to... Okay, ESN Sofia University, do you agree for our Austrian guests to be scrutinizers? Yes. ESN UNWE? ESN MBU, ESN Plovdiv, ESN Varna, ESN Svištov, and which ESN did I miss? ESN Wasilo, ESN Varna? Okay, all good, we have scrutinizers, awesome. And now, unfortunately, I would like to ask you to vote for something else. Our minutes taker was sick, so we have, I want to make a substitution. I want to substitute Neri Stoilova with Evelina Chanova as our minutes taker. ESN Sofia University, what is your decision? Okay. ESN UNWE? Yes. ESN Varna? ESN Plovdiv? ESN Wasika? ESN Svištov? Okay. With the majority? Yes, all agree. Okay, then we can officially close the welcome words. And now I would like to give the mic to our national board member Evelina. What is your...
Тя не се вижда на камерата, понеже нямаме стрим.
Updates from the last National Assembly until now. It will be common for all the things that we have done done from the national level, and of course after that you will have time to ask your question for all of us. So, okay. Okay, our president represents us and
Няма значение, не се виждаш на камерата.
in front of other organizations. She participated in the Ministry of Youth and Sport Council. Also, she was part of one of four working groups within the Ministry of Youth and Sport and the European Year of Youth. She participated in the volunteer awards by the Ministry of Youth and Sport again, meeting with the NGOs dedicated to youth activities and sustainability in the Ministry of Environment and Water and National Youth Forum's General Assembly. Actually, we will have also guests from the National Youth Forum. Hope they will are they here? Sorry, they're supposed to. Okay, they're supposed to come later. And she attended training at the HRDC. Okay, about professionalization, education. Okay, also she met with IAJ, it's beginning of strong partnership, as you can probably think about. She signed partnership with Erasmus Consortium as initiated partnership with Teach for Bulgaria. Hopefully we'll see some common things in the future from us and them. Well, together a new partnership, and this probably some of you know. We did this event in the National Student House with them. It was like a Erasmus project. Also, again, a HRDC established partnership and National Youth Forum more or later. Okay. Okay. Also, most of maybe all of us initiated monthly local calls with the different positions. Of course, the president is with the local president, the vice president with vice presidents and whatever. She also visited our yearly council of the National Student House and created the early report of our organization. We were part of their official report and newsletter at the beginning of the year. Workshops and seminars at the national training in Stara Zagora in December. Signing documents for university partnerships, institution partners, and commercial partners. We can say that ESN Varna established a new partnership with another university, so good work, guys. Officially registered our NGO with the new national board of the British Training Agency. We had so many trouble with this, but it's finally done. She joined also GA Brussels, voted on behalf of our NGO, coordinated several activities on recruited volunteers for the project Future of Europe that is happening these days, and recruited members and presented the new activity of the education in the community.
Да, опитвам се и аз.
Okay. This for me, I will be really short. I attended and organized the national training in December, also the local boards training in February that happened in Sofia, and gathered people from almost all of the active sections right now. I worked with the OCNCT for this National Assembly. Okay. I also had some presentations in front of Technical University Sofia, also Medical University in Pleven, because now, if you know, these are European Alliance of Universities, so they have some meetings, and universities understood more about TSN and the reason why it's so important to work closely with TSN. So they contact us, not we contact them. So they contact us. They wanted to represent organization and Erasmus program in front of their students, so we can probably establish or have the first steps to establish sections there. The universities are really happy to have us. We are currently having a plan how to recruit members and how to explain the whole ESN stuff around our organization. So yeah, the section support, regular calls with the sections or the vice presidents, non-formal calls with the volunteers. Maybe some of you saw that in the informal chat, the informal group. Every month at the beginning of the month happened some non-formal calls that I really enjoyed. Hope some of you that already joined know that it's really non-ESN topics, just hobbies, interests, and some other kinds. And communication for alumni network in ESN Bulgaria. First, communication for alumni network. Actually, I was a little bit of support for just communicating between the generations, but I have so many things there. We'll see later their presentation. Okay, Danny as treasurer, he attended national board meeting in Novi Sad. He attended also the business and finance community meeting in Bucharest. Southeastern European Platform SOC research and presented verse up to the section that happened also. We wanted to present it here in this platform, but we saw that we don't have time, but we will probably have maybe online call with you to see how this is going. Some of the sections, or all of them, are already using it, so this is something great for us because it was a new platform and he explained everything to the sections. International BFC website for sections. Yeah, this is with information for like internal site for all the cards, budgeting, and this kind of stuff. Regular calls with the sections on the topic of finance partners, ESN cards and active community, active in international ESN business and finance community, went to NDT Switzerland, part of NDT Bulgaria, successor budgets 2021, improved budget 2022. Bravo, Dani. Really quick. Daisy, as you know, she's the NR and she attended the national assemblies and wrote the reports to the communities and international level. Also, she attended General Assembly in Brussels, prepared the delegation, consultative session, represent all the delegation. Representation, make sure all the delegation is on time. This happened also on the Erasmus generation meeting. Again, the delegation were bigger, so the work was more. And she was leading the delegation, preparing with calls and finding accommodation, making sure that everyone is registered for workshops, personal schedules, and etc. And of course the registration there. Asian refunds, communicating with the OC International Board and other countries, keeping track of the refund process, informing the delegates regarding the state of the upcoming process. So here she was really into that process to communicate with all of these parts to have our York money actually back. Section membership fees, reminders, communication with sections. Again, this happens also with section reference. The questionnaires for sections. She managed to remind all the sections for this. We had all the membership fees paid by the universities. We have international information list with forwarding emails from other countries, international structures, and as you can see, this is kind of the new CNR mail, but it's for ESN Bulgaria only. Maybe some of you have received 5 mails to AL, so that's Desi. Also, SOS amendments, consultation with the national board, and preparation of the amendments for this platform. Virtual friendship, joint application for ESA grant together with ESA and Romania. Votings on behalf of ESA Bulgaria after consultation with the local section. National organizations meeting, academic participating in all annual polls. General Assembly Zagreb report and preparation for the delegation, and national representation on international levels and invitations to the countries for the international level for all the national assemblies and trainings and initiatives, and send statement supports on behalf of ESN Bulgaria. Congratulations, days and this kind of things. Our national secretary is not here today, but he has been doing membership campaigns for the spring semester. As you know, we renewed the membership in January/February. Newsletter for the period September 2021, January 2022, and the period of February and April coming soon. Section body, several meetings with ESN and you established action plan for their development. EGM portal, he attended and accepted the fundraising award and the speech, and had a speech for ESN Bulgaria. Really quick, we're already on our support level. This is Maggie, who's also not here today because she's sick, but she communicated with stakeholders, communicated with the National Agency and Ministry of Youth and Sport about events, supports to take part in their initiatives for the year of youth, meetings with the IROs, USTM, AUBG, in order to provide sections. She is great support for this thing because I'm honest, I can't imagine to do this alone, so maybe it's communicating with all the universities and establish really good partnerships with them so that they can help us and also connect us if they need something. New contracts and with the University of Economics Varna, section added, more higher institutions to work with as higher school for security and economics, Naval Academy of Varna and Technical University of Varna, and of course this Medical University of Cremona I told you already. Invitation and information for the NA, National Assemblies, IROS institutions, to the National Agency, IROS institutions, like this is kind of a newsletter with all the important things on national and international level that are happening with the ESN. And also this is a great way for us to connect with these institutional partners and they can understand what we are doing in general. So, can you click? So yeah, she represented some organizational structure of ESN Bulgaria. She sent it to the section, they fill it with all the needed information that from the national board it will be helpful. It means like who is part of the board from the section, do they have people in international communities, do they have people active on international or national level some kind, so that's it. NBT Bulgar, she's also part of the OC and she's communicating with stakeholders. Administrative tasks with the President and Vice President event coordinator, EduCom activities, Edu Summit 2022, and other online events, education youth community, requirement for the community with the President and project coordinator finished, and also she added new tasks, and pretty much that's it. what other streams? This is a main one I have to see. What other streams I was education offers during cooking, also with higher institutions propose jobs for internships to the volunteers and people in the group. What I actually do, write emails and documents, create a lot of online things to application, ask for things, answer the strangers to imagine questions. Okay. She is project coordinator. This is Mishu,
No, Mishu's on the other one.
Mishu is not here in the room, but he's here in Brussels. He took part.
Sorry, can I ask a question? Why are you presenting for the people that are in the room?
Because it will be really, really quick.
No, but I think it's good to see those people as well.
You will see them.
Well, I would like to see Danny, for example, present, and also Misha. Where is it?
You can see them.
Okay, I'll speak to you after that.
Okay, I'm not sure where is Mishu now.
He's in the other.
Yeah, he's on the project, the dialogue. He took part in the Rasmussen School's working group part of the project, the Future of Europe, talks with various colleagues from all the cities included, assisted his involved in the application for the CA grant twice. They had an application approved once already. Together with TS and Romania, we applied for ESA. I think. Okay, whatever. A grant with the project The Bridge of Friendship twice. We hope our Romanian is here, but we hope that. We hope that the second time will be our time, so it will be approved. He attended the monthly course of the social impact in January. Yes, in Bulgaria, were asked to share experience with our activity for the SIT project, looked for funding opportunities. However, most of them require us to be a public benefit organization, and also he attended some GA in Brussels and in Switzerland, and was part of the delegation of our EGM.
Hello, Cindy, as secretary. So, my report regarding the communication in the last few months, as you can see, I made individual calls with the local communication managers, which was one of my main goals from the beginning of my mandate. With some of the local communication managers, it was a bit more successful. With some of them, not really, because not all of the section have a personal disposition. Also, one of the things that I'm very proud of, together with Katerina and a few more volunteers, we had a very nice sustainability campaign during the previous social impact days in November. Also, I held a small workshop at the National Training in Strasbourg, later at the local boards training. And also, as you can see, website content, I'll leave this for the report of Umut, but also I would like to mention that with him, we are now filling the new website with content, so it will look really, really nice soon. With Justin, together we created and did the trip calendar for the Erasmus students and also for our volunteers with all the events for the semester. Also, of course, I did the most visual materials that you can see on our channels. And together with Katerina, we had a collaboration with some partners, and we have giveaways at the beginning of this month. You see pictures later, and last but not least, I now have OC for the upcoming National Board Certificate for Guests, where you're all invited this month to join. And the next slide is a bit more colorful, so you can see, as I always say, this is how things are looking. And last but not least, next slide. As we are on Danube's first forum national platform, I would like to say that some of the first forums in Bulgaria are our Stockholm stamp of approval for the Sustainability Challenge, our TikTok account, you should follow, our YouTube channel, you should also follow, and this first giveaway had almost 700 comments, and we also have winners.
He is a bit sick, I think.
Okay. He had a section, Justin, with the event coordinators, had section consultation about international events, national trainings, studies about specific topics about TSN events and causes, the charity campaigns. He held the organization of the charity campaign in Stars Agora, local board training in Sophia, and we did also have a topic about Erasmus and Banisa. Tips collaboration and consultation. You will see later again Justin presenting the TRIPS policy paper. ESN Sofia events team, he collaborated with the events team there in Sofia. For our guests, we have a collaboration, maybe you know, you probably know, probably don't know. We have a collaboration from 5 sessions in Sofia, so it's stronger together to make events and to create everything, because the Erasmus students in some universities are really a small amount of people, so we decided 5 or 6 years ago to connect our energy together, and we have 4 event coordinators on local level who are responsible for different kind of events, communication with the Erasmus students. Also, Justin was OC coordinator of this National Assembly, and you will see he did a great job for now. And trips, there was international trip to Romania prepared, but cancelled because of COVID. It happened a snow trip to around 50 participants from Sofia and from the first semester. Snow trip Vitusha second edition for the new incoming students from the second semester. Southeast experience 5th and 6th of March. We had 100 participants discovering Bulgaria with TSN preparation, promoting. This was cancelled. This was the trip in Triana, because it was cancelled because of the small amount of people that registered. And international trip to Greece and Thessaloniki, Petera and Katerini, this is in process now. And international Erasmus Games is also in process. He collected and organized a delegation who will go for the first time from ESN Bulgaria. We will have delegations to the international Erasmus Games. And also Balkan Ibiza, this is the second week of June, that is in process also to have a big trip to Varna and see our lovely people there. He attended some international events, national board training in Switzerland, participated in the contact team also. He presented a workshop there. He was part also from the Aegean port to delegation. He had also a study visit to Coimbra for the International Erasmus Games. And future, he will participate in GA Croatia, in the International Erasmus Games, the Greece trip, Balkan Visa, and he's working more closer with Yestrix. You probably know this organization from international level. Justin contacted them for future partnership. He consulted a section about event specifics, and he's board with ESN Russia, National Assembly, next National Assembly of the coordinator, and joining an international committee. We'll see which one. About this board body member, okay. Ekaterina, she did a great job, as you can see, the fundraising award, while We are so happy with this. We explained we applied only for one team for this awards and we won, so we're really happy. And of course, her work has its fruits because she first delivered a workshop from in the name of ESN Bulgaria in front of the ESN Moldova's local board meeting. Not local board meeting, national training that was online, and she participated in the local board meeting and the winter training in ESN Bulgaria. She started the BFSA Bulgaria multi-course initiated by Dani, and she is part of the people who decided this body section, and she communicated with UNWE. Search and contact more than 40 potential partners, around 10 reply, 3 partnerships are already established, double coffee, 100 grams of sweets, and Turkish coffee and culture. The good thing is that these places want to have our sticker from ESN card branded on their doors, so it will be nice. They're working with Ivalina to have this in Rio, to have ESN around Sofia and Bulgaria, of course, branded by the ESN card. And these 2 giveaways, Ivalina already told you, with Kobo and Top and and Umut, who is not here, unfortunately, they didn't give him a visa, but yesterday we decided to go to Turkey to see him because, for those of you who don't know, Umut is from ESN Turkey originally, but during our national support level with the difficult position in WBA, because we didn't have this position for the last 5 or 6 years, I'm not sure the year. So he updated the website to the new Saturday because we didn't manage to do it for like 2 years. Now he renewed the certificate, started to arrange domain names because we're not using them right. He had a new event registration application for Google Forms. This is connected with the trips. He solved problems in this and BG website, only one left. Hopefully for the next platform it will be done. And still having the permission issue and trying to solve it international level. We have a problem with the communication here because the website is just ignoring his rights to be administrative in the site, so every time we need to give him the right again. So it's kind of a strange problem that we can't solve for now. And last but not least, what is the board becomes your body? You probably saw this initiative in our informal chat, not chat but group in Facebook. This is initiative by the national level because we saw that there are a lot of gaps between the sections, a lot of gaps between the knowledge transition, so we decided to step in, and every member of the board of the national level will be kind of a body to one of the Bulgarian sections. We arrange ourselves so that a person can know all the history around the section, because it's really hard to communicate with some sections that are renewing their members, some sections that are dropping out people. So we decided to help this process by having regular calls with the sections, we made something like a section questionnaire, and I would like to say thank you, Alex, because we used your international checklist, and we transformed it for the local level because it has really cool stuff that we didn't think about. For example, do you delete your data from your GDPR and things? And yes, that's the thing that we started around 1 month ago. We had 8 hours of chat with the national level. We don't want to see each other again, but it's normal because we wanted really to this to work, and hopefully to have stronger sections, and this is some funny things because most of the people think that the ceremony is supporting sailing the airports, finishing the plane, are doing some kind of really important things, but sometimes there are some dramas like the National Student House where we have our office. They're calling us for broken frames, and we're not sure what happened there. And Danny went to measure their frames and then buy a new one. And this is some kind of things that you can see, a lot of voice conversations. Fight between Erasmus students and taxi driver, and Sava being 18 hours in the VPU, and yes, that's kind of a stay for the attention. Because not all of us are here, as you know, part of the members are sick, as Daisy and Maggie. I'm not sure are they in the meeting.
We are going to call Desi in a second.
Katerina and for the project, and yes, that's how it was here today. We're welcoming your questions.
Okay, guys. I will open the speakers list now. Evie is going to take care for the documentation, while Gabi is going to get Desislava on the line if someone has questions for her. So I would like to open the speakers list. Is there anyone?
Чакай малко. Първо да обрем Деси.
Не се вижда гласа.
Знам, нарочно. Това е целта.
Да.
Thanks for that great
Кажи да си помисля цяло съм курс.
Good to see you on a lot of things. I don't have I mean, I want to have questions, but I'll be really honest, I'll give you feedback in public. I didn't want to, but I will. This board meeting is a day to finish 15 minutes earlier, but it's not about finishing earlier. It's about people seeing what you do, seeing you in person, and linking the work that you did throughout the past period, and the great work that you did with your faces as well. So even with people online, they could have been connected. I think that's what that meeting is about. And there's also at least 7, 8, 10 people new in the group, and it would be great to see them give you updates as well. So think about how you compress your updates and not about giving them, reading them, because 90% I didn't remember, it was just reading. It's good for people that elect you for mandates to see what you do, see you in person, see your faces, and see your updates as well. That's what this is about. It's not about reading. Sorry I have to give it in public, but when Edie came to the stage and presented, I think that I managed to, as a person that's not active anymore, I managed to link what she did, but it would be great to do that way. So keep it in mind for next time. This update is really important, especially for new people in the room. They're able to see the people their section vote for, the people that they will vote for, and what they do, and not just read it. It's better to do that.
Okay, anyone else that wants to be added to the speakers list? Or has a question, because we have someone on the line. Right, let me do this very quickly. We have Desi on the line with us. Does someone have a question to our national representative?
All of us.
Or to someone else from the national board? Our international guests, do you maybe want to add something? Okay, then I would like to thank the National Board and Evelina for supporting all the roles and the people that were not here or were sick a bit and have lost their voice. So, thank you. Desi, we don't have questions for you. I'm very sorry. Goodbye. Okay, now I would like to invite to the stage our next presentators. They are people that usually always have questions, but this time they were not added to the speakers list. So I would like to give the mic to Eli and Tani to present our audit commission. So I think you'll find their findings and reports very interesting.
Hello, we are Annie and Teddy, and we are the Audit Commission, so we are going to present you our report, the updates from the last meeting till this one. Yes, we are only two in the Audit Commission because currently the financial auditor position is vacant, so we only have main auditor and procedural auditor, but I hope we manage to do all the job for the Audit Commission. A little bit about us. We are both ESNs for at least 5 years, and both of us have been on the national level for at least 2 years. Also, we were part of the working group that created the current structure of ESN Bulgaria and the new standing orders and statutes. And fun fact about us, we love wearing fancy dresses, so you're going to see that tonight. Thank you, OC, for that opportunity. And now, I promise it wasn't broken.
Okay, hi from me as well. I'm going to tell you a little about what we did since the last National Assembly. So we had conversations with the national level, we had conversations with some of the sections. We are still expecting the others to contact us to arrange a meeting. We checked the and did the financial audit for 2021. We act as the scrutinizers for online votings that happen outside of the national assemblies, and we provided some guidelines and explanation for different topics on the national level. We had some questions from the national level, and we also consulted a little bit of our many documents. And for the national level, because you probably know the Audit Commission is responsible for the national level, for the sections, and for the budget. We don't have a third person, but this is what the Audit Commission covers. So for the national level, we had no major problems with the deadlines for this National Assembly or the membership renewal. Generally, everything is quite okay with the deadlines. There is a problem. We have noticed that the voting weights are not being set on time, and they should be set immediately after a voting is announced. And as all the other documents for the National Assembly, they should be sent 3 to 4 weeks earlier. Then the event itself, there should be an emphasis on the internal consultation with the sections. This goes both for the sections and for the national level, so there should be push on both sides for as well as on the sections to happen and the internal consultation to be ensured. We have to add some points in the standing orders after the assembly, possible assembly of the underlying documents that we have all checked. And there is a bit of a lack of communication in regards to the projects from the national level, from our point of view. We have not received enough information, and I think we receive all the information that the sections receive. And the last thing was a little bit about the communication with the Audit Commission. And at the national level, generally we have quite good communication. We believe so. Hopefully the national level has the same opinion. We believe we have cleared up some topics that how urgent the question is and what should be asked, because we are only two and we cannot answer from now. And is for the national level.
Okay, I'm going to continue with the sections of the part. So as Ed mentioned, there were only 4 sections who replied to our request for meeting with them. We hope that we are going to meet also the other sections because it's very important for all of us to understand how sections are in stage they are currently, how they are developing, or know what problems they have. So yeah, please do reach us. In general, the conclusions from these meetings with the 4 sections were that all sections need to start actively work on their internal consultation process and also statutes and standing orders, because right now there is not much visibility inside what's going on between the section board and also the members. And the other point was that an official contract with the international offices should be considered. That means for all the sections, some of the sections have already contracts, some of the others don't have, and they just rely on the good connection that they have right now, which is not enough. And yeah, so there are sections that doesn't cover the minimum requirements, so we need to have a little bit more push on that side, and we hope that with the initiative from the national level, this will be improved. And also each section received individual feedback during this meeting, so we hope that we were also useful with our opinion to the sections. And then if we go to the financial part, I want to thank Dan, who was very open to hear my feedback and all my suggestions, corrections, and questions. In general, there were no major mistakes done in the budget for the last year. There were some few small bank charges and legal fees that needed to be added, but I think Danny took that into account in the report that he's going to present you. And also there are 2 transactions that still need further investigation. These are, let's say, 2 problematic transactions that we had in our bank statement, and then we should check what's going on exactly and how these are going to be resolved, but it will take a bit of time. And also, I gave some recommendations for invoices for all expenses, but already Danny took that into account since the summer, so we already have all the invoices for the expenses that we are doing as an NGO, which is the normal procedure that should be followed. And also we have with discussions for about new accounts to be added to the budget in order to improve the visibility of all the expenses that are made. And that's it from us. Thank you for the attention.
Okay, guys, I'm going to open the speakers list now. Is there any questions to the Audit Commission or to the work that they've done?
Някой, който държи, може да спре. Мерси, че не мога да оставя просто на мен.
Somebody wants to be added to the speakers list? Albert is there, of course. Someone else? Okay, you can give the mic to Albert.
Albert.
I'm just interested because I don't know what you do. When you spoke the 5 bullets of the main issues, are you only auditing or is there any action plan for resolving these? So you presented 5 bullets with the main problems, but I think it was the first and second slide. So for example, lack of engagement with the consultation with the local, that's fine.
Okay, so the presentation was regarding the national level section?
National level, yeah.
Okay, so can we make
question is, are you only auditing what the issue is, or are you also helping to resolve it?
Yes, we are always also trying to help with the issue. So we currently, like our vision for the Audit Commission is also to be an advisory body to the national board, which sometimes is hard because when you have an auditor, you always have some feelings that this person is trying to control and correct you in everything you do, but that's not the case. So we really try to give our advice whenever it's possible, whenever we are asked, but when we are not asked to do so, but we still do.
Yes, and this is maybe more a question for the national level to answer you, because we think we are giving feedback and so on, but maybe they have a different opinion of what we are doing. So I'm not sure we can answer you, but yes, we try to give, as for the sections, to give individual advice and so on, and try to help.
My question is, I saw in your presentation that you had a working group, that you want to create a working group for international consultations within the sections.
Okay, yes, for the internal consultations with the sections, right now, when we were creating the standing orders, there were 3 working groups. One of them was for the internal consultation. Since then, 2 of the working groups, the one for the TRIPS policy paper and the one for the standing orders, have finished their jobs and should be close to the TRIPS one on this platform actually. And as for the internal consultation working group, it just stopped working and stopped being active. So our feedback here is that it should be reactivated, there should be new people added, and there should be a working group from more experienced people and from people from the sections to work on this. So there is a group that was, and that it should start working again, even if it's a different format. So it's up to the national level and the sections to decide should be a completely group and so on. Did I?
Yeah, thank you. Maria, do you have a comment or you want to be added?
Thank you for raising this issue, because we had one call with the national board to re-establish the communication regarding the working group. It has been a very busy time because of all the events that have been going on. As you may have seen the calendar, it's literally every single week there is something happening. So all the newbies are engaged in events, all the older generation people are also engaged in events that are happening. So this is going to happen as soon as possible. It's just a matter of time. We have not forgotten, it's in the process. It's just a process. Yeah, we have just mentioned. Yes, thank you for raising this.
Does anyone else want to be added to the speakers list? Yes? What is your name? Remus. Okay, awesome. Can you give him the mic? Perfect. Okay, you can scream. Good job.
So Remus is from Brașov, Romania. My question is regarding the positions. Do you have structure regarding what are the tasks that the audit needs to be made? I'm asking for a friend.
Yes, so the audit commission was created with the current structure and current standing orders and such as it is in Bulgaria. And this is the second year that we have the audit commission actually. But we do have some general functions, what the audit commission should do. It's a document about maybe 2 pages, not more than that, but we still have the different tasks of different people in the audit commission written there. Yes, it's also in English, so if you...
Okay, so the audit commission is usually, as we mentioned at the beginning, is usually 3 people. Joanna is right now the main auditor, I'm the procedural auditor, usually there is a financial auditor. Right now we are covering this position. I think we are doing great because she has financial background. I can get them on Excel table, so right now we are fine. But it should be 3 people, and we can give more information. Come on.
Okay, anyone else who wants to be added to the speakers list? Okay, then I would like...
Sorry, can I ask a quick question? Which are the sections that we have had already on the...
Okay, so we had conversations with Ilsen Sofia University, Ilsen New Bulgarian University, and Ilsen UNWE. I'm sorry, I will butcher the whole name in English. We got in contact with Ilsen Svistov, but there was some misunderstanding in scheduling, so we believe that we'll have a meeting soon with them, hopefully. All the other sections have not contacted us in regards to those meetings. Most of them, I believe, I skipped planner. I wrote after the initial 2 emails, I wrote personal emails to every section. Still no answer. So only 3 sections we have had conversations with. We are waiting for the others. We are not that scared. Please talk to us.
Is there anyone else that has questions? Okay, then I would like to. I heard someone. Okay, then I would close the speakers list. I would like to thank the Audit Commission for their report. You can excuse them. And I want to say also something else. Guys, please, I want this to be in good communication. So please refrain from using specific names of people because we also have guests. And if there is something to be done, I think this should be done internally and not in front of the whole ESM Bulgaria plus the international guests. I think this is making us look bad. So I would like to ask you to please. Okay, I will explain again. Whenever there is something concerning a specific person, individual, or section in here, I would like to ask you to keep the anonymity because we also have guests, and I think these things are better to be answered internally between the sections, the board, and the commission. So thank you, and now I will close the first part of the day, and I will announce the first coffee break as open. You are going to have 20 minutes until exactly 11:20 for the coffee break. Just a second.
Hey guys. Okay, so the first part is ready. We're going to have a coffee break. It's outside. You can take coffee, biscuits, anything. If you need something, just ask me and Angel because the rest of the OC are doing something else right now, preparing something for you. So if you have some questions, just ask us. And yes, there is toilet paper in the toilet. Okay.
Okay, and just so you know, after this break, we are going to have 2 quick sessions with amendments and action plan. So after that, we are going to have lunch. So in case you are a little bit hungry, go have a snack, coffee, and I'm waiting for you here after exactly 20 minutes.
Имаш ли връзка за това? За бача. Ето си, една връзка за бача.
Я кажи пак нещо.
They weren't at that time at this moment, and they decided to do
Пак не те чувам, не знам защо така.
Yes, right now, we should not put the sessions in the active because these programs
10 минути и ние от 4 до 4.
Ами на мен реално се струва малко късно това почна.
Аз съм го направих тогава, за да ако нещо стане имаме буфер. Ще започна. Да? Но да навикваш хора, ако има още да се говорят.
Има и предвид, че аз увеличих от там, за да чуваме Деси, така че смисъл...
Деси пуснат, си всичките виждат.
Централното увеличих, да не викаш.
Какво правя?
Да, защото на втория екран ще
Да, просто исках да скрия къде се случва.
Да, само втория екран.
Какво да правя? Кажете нещо на микрофона. Нимай. Чакай, разбрах какво правя.
Кирано, представи си, че тук отстрани на втори монитор. Ние сега рано Деси и изпращаме на втори монитор.
И те виждат вече. Деси да каже нещо. Деси, кажи нещо. Тя не може да каже нещо, защото не се е обадила. Как не се е обадила? Деси, звъни на или по телефона?
По телефона, Деси.
Не разбирам.
Сложна схема.
Ще говорим пред телефона.
Да, директно през моя телефон.
Okay, guys, I'm glad I'm seeing some people. First of all,
ето я.
Thank you for the quick break. I'm going to do a quick quorum check. ESM Sofia University, ESM UNWE, ESM Plovdiv, ESM Varna, ESM Свищов, ESM ОСГ, ESM Romania. Okay, we have a quorum, and now I officially open the next part of our agenda, which is why you are seeing this girl on the screen. This is our national representative. Some of you, especially our international guests, for sure know her. She is very famous in the ESM world, let's say. So I'm going to give the floor to Desi. And Desi, it's your turn. Да, чуваме те, само една секунда. To our guests...
Габи да се намери да разговора, защото там е какво микрофониране, но Габи да какво...
So to our international guests, this next panel in our agenda is going to be on Bulgarian because it requires specific changes into our documents and we cannot translate some of them. So if you want, you can go outside and have a coffee with Justin. He's going to take care of you and he's going to bring you back in 1 hour. You can actually go to the park with Justin. Okay, it's your turn.
Това ли беше идеята?
Само може Габи да вече телефон.
Какво? Или този да?
Микрофона. Да, добре. Здравейте. Надявам се да ме чувате. Първо искам да кажа, че много ви статистики. В момента си не съм так с вас, но до сметка на това пък много се забавлявам с време на един и заслужавам, че съм болна. Сега ще представя предложенията за изменение на устава и правилника на ЕСМ България. Тестата ще бъде на български, за да може да бъде лесно за разбиране за всички. И да започнем с предложение номер 1. Може да чувате ли пред мен как мялка. Ще да бъде част от нашата
национално събрание. Така, предложение номер 1. Това предложение е за добавяне на вече съществуващо изключение, което съществува в член 9.4.2 за предложение за изменение на предложение за изменение в предадено националното събрание, както ще обича да кажем, последния да затвори вратата. Така, какво означава това? Знаете, че предложенията за изменение по правилника и устава трябва да се изпратят до 30 дни преди националното събрание. След това има срок до една седмица преди националното събрание да се изпращат предложения за изменение на тези предложения, които вече са били изпратени. И в член 9.4.2 е описано, че също могат да се правят предложения за изменения на предложенията за изменения по време на първия ден на националното събрание до 23 часа вечерта, като те трябва да бъдат само вследствие на дискусия и да не са различни от това, което вече е направено като предложение. Това вече е описано веднъж в правилника, ние просто искаме да се добави и от член 2 с цел да не се изпусне. Просто да бъдем на няколко места, да бъде по-видно и да не се пропусне това изключение. Не знам, може би сега трябва да питам дали има някакви въпроси, по-скоро с някакви предложения да правим question round и тогава да продължим към следващото. Сега, ако има някакви въпроси, бяха да мютне микрофона, да, точно така, на телефона на Ели и когато аз отговарям, как трябва да бъде мютва.
Има ли въпроси към тази промяна?
Деси няма въпроси.
Деси нямаме въпроси, може да продължиш натам.
Добре. Така. Следващото предложение е да се добави от комисията към позициите, за които се гласува тайно в член 9 от правилника. Тоест, ние така да иначе вече си гласуваме тайно за от комисията, тъй като се гласува за хора. Просто идеята е да бъде описано и в правилника, цяло да в бъдеще да не се объркат, защото в момента сме наясно, например, да се 2 години могат да бъдат други хора и да не знаят, че трябва да комисията да се гласува тайно. Имаме ли някакви въпроси тук?
Нямаме въпроси, Деси.
Добре. Минаваме нататък. Предложение номер 3. Промяна в начина на ясно гласуване по време на националните събрания. Така, от това ще се смени структурата, вече преди това, знаете, че гласувахме с едни картончета, които бяха зелено, жълто и червено, следователно зелено за, жълто за въздържали се и червено за против. Вече бяхме много хора и континенталите беше по-лесно да се добият картончета. Но сега имаме само 11 души, които гласуват и вече тези картончета не ги използваме. Практиката през последните няколко национални събрания показва, че най-лесно всъщност се случва гласуването по устен начин, защото е по-лесно и за координаторите да влизат в таблицата, дали всичко се описва правилно, за черенци е по-лесно. И това решихме просто да запишем в правилника, че всъщност гласуването се осъществява точно като всеки локален представител бъде повикан по името. Тук някакви въпроси имаме ли?
Нямаме въпроси, Деси.
Добре. Това е много добре да я поможе. Надявам се да е първото. Предложение номер 4 е с цел уеднаквяване на процентите в член 10 от правилника на ЕСМ България. Така, значи, тези проценти вече са введени в член 9.2, където всъщност е описано как се формира форма за провеждане на национални събрания, като е описано, че всички трябва да присъстват поне половината локални представители, които разполагат поне 51% от тежестта на всички гласове. И след това в член 10 пък имаме разполагащи поне 50%, което пък малко се бие с първото. Просто искаме да уеднаквим процентите навсякъде, за да е по-лесно, а пък и така, за да бъдем абсолютно над 50%, трябва да си е 51%. Не знам дали много ме разбрахте, но с двете може да имаме някой въпрос. Или коментар също. Бих искала малко дискусия да се получи.
Някой дали има въпрос свързан с процентното съотношение и промяната? Ами става въпрос за това, когато гласуваме и приемаме нещо, просто процентите им да са еднакви в членовете. Ами така? Деси, имаме въпрос. Нашия въпрос може ли да разясниш само тези проценти, защото не чухме много добре каква точно им е ролята?
Не чух много добре.
Чакай, я го напиша в чата.
Ще ти напишем въпроса в чата, благодаря.
Да, добре.
Ние можем да отговорим въпроса, само да покаже, защото пише уеднаквяване с член 9.2, да покажем какво пише член 9.2 и другия член и която са още
Деси, има едно предложение. Можеш ли да покажеш просто двата члена и как ще се уеднаквят, за да ни стане по-ясно на всички?
Да. И то от това да показваме, че го чух, но въпросът преди това не успя да чуя. Да ви къде ще И така, ето, гласуването е валидно само при наличие на кворум. Кворумът е налице, когато присъстват поне половината плюс един от всички локални представители с право на глас, разполагащи с поне 51% от тежестта на всички гласове. И ние всъщност искаме да направим в член 10. Така. При наличие на минимум половината от членовете на общото събрание, разполагащи поне 50% от тежестта на всички гласове, които се противопоставят и изразяват явното си несъгласие по отношение на предстоящото гласуване, то не се организира.
Един член пише 50%, а другия пише 51%.
Да. Добре, Деси. Разбрахме супер. Много ти благодаря, може да продължиш на следващата промяна.
Добре. Предложение номер 5 е промяна на времетанието на локално събрание по време на национално събрание, член 11. И така. Както знаете, днес в края на деня ще имате време да си направите вътрешна консултация в секцията, да обсъдите всички тези предложения, които днес ще чуете и трябва да се гласуват утре. Като в правилника е описано, тук показвам, че това локално общо събрание трябва да е не по-кратко от 1 час. Според нас това е много ограничаващо и всъщност според нас трябва продължителността да може да варира, защото, например, днес ще имаме много предложения, за които наистина ще бъде нужен един час, но, например, на следващата национална платформа може да има само едно предложение и няма нужда да се предвижда цял час в агенцията за консултация. Като това, нали, когато се предвиди един час за тази консултация, да се ощетява агенцията към време за други теми, които може пък да изискват повече време за обсъждане. Всъщност за това предлагаме да се смени продължителността на провеждането, да може да варира спрямо сложността и естеството на темите, които трябва да се обсъдят. Имаме ли някакви въпроси или коментари?
Една секунда, че я загубихме.
Да, имаме въпрос. Сега ще бъде зададен.
Здрасти, Деси, Аня. Моето по-скоро коментар, всъщност не е точно въпрос към Деси, по-скоро коментар към всички. Според мен секциите, консултацията вътре в секциите е много важно нещо, когато става въпрос за новата структура на ЕСН. И както стана ясно по-рано, имаме проблем с консултацията вътре в секциите, защото в момента не се случва много добре процеса и не е регламентиран все още. И според мен с това правило, имайки го там, присъствайки този един час, се гарантира, че поне по време на националните платформи ще има някакво време, в което секциите да се съберат, да си командират нещата. Съгласна съм, че може би един час в някои случаи може да бъде доста, но според мен, премахвайки се и оставяйки се без абсолютно никакъв минимум, просто остава въртишката, че в някои случаи изобщо може да изпаднат лечените консултациите на секциите. Аз лично не мисля, че има случаи, в които няма да се налага абсолютно никаква консултация вътре в секциите и даже според мен задължително да има поне някакво време. Тоест, ако решите следващия път, може да си предложите да се намали на 30 минути или нещо такова, но премахването абсолютно на какъвто и да било минимум в този случай, според мен би било пагубно.
Да, съгласна съм. Да, сега може само да влезнеш. Да, ясно. Съгласна съм с това, което казваш, но в случай ние не премахваме тази консултация, единствено премахваме ограничението време в ограничение. Тоест, точно става, че задължително се предвижда време за провеждане на тези събрания, просто не сме упоменали колко време. Вече това да видим, примерно, ако няма нищо за, ако има само една тема за гласуване и е нещо малко, може да се предвидят едни 20-30 минути. Ако пък са много теми, могат да се предвидят дори час и половина. Просто не слага на ограничение да е само един час. Тоест, тези събрания се остават със сигурност, просто няма ограничение колко да бъде тяхната продължителност. Някакви други коментари или въпроси?
Да, аз допълвам, че според мен все пак трябва да има някакво ограничение. Просто чисто като мнение да оставим. Може би имаме разлика в мнението, но да.
Днес имам още един коментар.
Да, и само като допълнение да си ясно да чуваш. До момента е било един час, но аз не мисля, че някога секциите са били задължавани да стоят един час в стая и да коментират. Тоест, ако някой е приключил на 15 минути с консултацията, никой не прибеждава да е един час, но аз подкрепям това, че трябва да има някакво минимално време. И казвам, като за така предпелването. Да, просто имайте го предвид, че
не чух много добре, но ако правилно съм разбрала, казваш, че не би задължавам да стоят един час. Това ли казвате? Просто не можам да се разберам много добре.
Да, правилно разбрах.
Да, така е, но както споменах малко по-рано, това пък ограничава агенцията, защото ако ние задължително трябва да сложим един час на края на агенцията за консултация, дори да не ги задължаваме, това пък примерно едни 30 минути, които можем да ги изрежем, защото и първи така или иначе хората по-рано ще се приключат консултацията, може да ги използваме за някаква друга тема или за workshop, защо не. Просто идеята е да не ощетяваме на аджендата по този начин, защото да, не задължаваме хората да стоят един час, но пък задължаваме този един час да присъства в аджендата и знаете, че не е много окей да аджендата да продължава примерно до 7 или до 8 часа.
Деси, имам още един коментар.
Да.
Добре, Деси, в такъв случай кой ще определя колко е минималното време за конкретната платформа за консултации? Борда ли ще решава дали имате нужда, дали секциите имат нужда от 15 минути, от час и 30 минути? Как ще се определя за всяка платформа това нещо? Чисто от техническа гледна точка, на практика как ще се случват нещата?
Да. Седмици заедно с отговорните хора от националния борд, като разбира се след това, както винаги, аджендата минава за одобрение пред националния борд. Мисля, че това би било достатъчно да мине през няколко инстанции, за да определи достатъчно време за тези консултации. И вече разбира се, ако някой не е съгласен, винаги може да предложи, ако някоя сесия смята, че не е достатъчно това време, винаги може да предложи да се увеличи. Но това е което споминам.
Добре, Деси, благодарим ти. Може да преминеш към следващата промяна.
Добре. И последното предложение са козметични промени по устава и правилника на ЕСН България. Тези козметични промени са единствено с цел правене на правописни и конституционни грешки, на места да се добавят главни или малки букви, запетаи, точки. И тук мога да отворя само да покажа просто нагледно да покажа някъде, където е сложно да разказвам генетична промяна.
Като цяло за тези вас, които не са гледали документи,
например, член 17.3 от устава, мандата на член на управителния съвет може да бъде прекратен чрез едностранно волеизявление в писмена форма, отправено до управителния съвет и пълноправни са членове на сдружението. Тук е било пълноправните членове те. Тоест, както виждате, някакви малки грешки, които просто бързината са допустими.
Добре, Деси. Някой има ли специфични въпроси или нужда да провери работата и дали правописните грешки са оправени или не?
Аз имам въпрос, това не е свързан с шесто предложение. Извинявам се, но може само пак да разясним първото, с изключението от правото малко на мен не е много благодаря.
Добре, Деси.
Какъв е въпросът?
Може ли да се върнеш на първата промяна, защото и да я обясниш пак, защото тук има малко въпроси спрямо това.
На тази?
Не на целия документ, не е козметичен.
На кой?
Предложение номер 1, подточка 2.6.
Да. Така. Искате още веднъж да го обясня така ли?
Да.
Добре. Така. Сега. Преди един месец ви изпратих тези предложения за изменение на правилника и устава. Това е крайният срок за изпращане на такива предложения. След това до миналия петък Има, нали, всички секции, както и членовете, имаха право да изпратят, както и националния бот, имаха право да изпратят предложения за изменение на тези предложения, които вече аз съм изпратила. Тоест, ако на вас, примерно, не ви харесва предложение номер 1, нещо сте взели, че съм бързала или пък имате по-добра идея, изпращате предложение, това предложение да се измени по някакъв начин. И крайният срок да направите това е една седмица преди националното събрание. Обаче имаме и едно изключение, което всъщност гласи, че сега в момента ние както обсъждаме, ако достигнем до някакво заключение, че имаме по-добра идея от това, което вече аз съм изпратила, ние можем също да го предложим като предложение за изменение на вече изпратено предложение за изменение и трябва да го изпратим до вечера до 23 часа. И това вече е описано в член 9.4.2 и ние просто искаме да по абсолютно същия начин да описано. Ние просто искаме да го добавим в член 2, за да може когато се чете член 2 да не се изпусне тази информация, която има само в член 2. Тоест това е само единствено повторение на нещо, което вече съществува правилно.
Отговорят на въпроса?
Добре, Деси, благодаря ти. Нямам.
Аз мога да дам пояснение във връзка с това, което
Добре, Деси, тук Ели ще направи едно разяснение на аудиторията, затова ще стигнете микрофона, докато го прави, окей?
Може би и тя не излезе да чуе, ама...
Или слушай тя.
Добре, значи това предложение, което ние сега издадем въпроси за член 11, да ви обясня какво е промяна, дето е подобна и промяна, която не е подобна. Значи, както е написано в сега новото предложение, продължителността за провеждане може да варира спрямо сложността и естеството на обсъждане на темите. Това е новото предложение. Ако обаче сега, примерно, решите да не е, което частта, която е зачеркната да се промени на, примерно, както е в момента, което не е по-кратко от един час, да се промени на което не е по-кратко от половин час, да кажем. Това влиза като ново предложение, защото самите думи и самото предложение е доста по-различно от това. Пак е за същата точка, но би следвало, ако решите този един час сега да се намали на половин час, примерно, това би следвало да е гласуване, което да за следващия. Ако решите по червения текст, който вие си правите тук, т.е. новото предложение за изменение, нещо да се промени като думичка или тяхното предложение в начало е било 45 минути, а вие да предложите 30, това е предложение, което може да се случи в рамките на деня. Поизясните ли се?
Добре, Деси, нямаме повече коментари. Доколкото знам, това беше последните промени.
Какво?
Може да продължиш.
Това са предложенията за промени. Минахме през всички тях, те са общо 6 на брой, като предложение номер 6 ще се гласува 2 пъти, защото касае промените в устава и по правилника, т.е. веднъж ще се гласува за промените в устава и веднъж за промените по правилника. Ако някой от вас има някакви въпроси, можете винаги да ми пишете сега по време на платформата, днес или утре. Когато се сетите, пишете ми, аз съм вкъщи болна, така че ще ви отговоря, ще ви разясня, което не ви е ясно. Както може да се записате за всеки един човек от националния борд и събор. Винаги сме на среща. Това е. Гледам ви онлайн, забавлявайте се и за мен и ще се видим утре отново.
Добре, Деси, благодарим ти. И сега ще минем на следващата част.
Трябва да отворим това. Action плана, който е. Той няма презентация. I think it's in English.
Yes, it's in English.
Alex is here. I'm not sure the others if are still.
I also prefer in English.
Okay. For me, it's not a problem. Okay. Can I have this? Will it work? Съжалявам, секунда, връщам ви. Готово. Не, аз ще подигам.
Okay. So, guys, we had at the last National Assembly, we had the national strategy. Actually, we showed you the action plan, one-year action plan, but we didn't vote for it because we didn't say anything in time. So we decided just to show to you first, and then to have comments that we take in charge, and that's why we are presenting again, and we will vote tomorrow for this topic. First, the name was National Action Plan, but we changed it to strategy because some of the old DSN members said that it should be like deadlines and specific time frame that we should follow. So that's why we first put the strategy. There are not so many things that are changed here from the last time. First, it's institutional and external relations, cooperation with other associations. Actually, you can see here. I hope you already read this because I don't want to read it all along. It's some specific things that we focused on, and we decided that it's important to have in our in mind when making the action plan, like all the things related with the universities collaboration, all the things that are related with the institutional partners, all the things related with the commercial partners, with the budgeting, promoting the Erasmus Plus program and the European volumes. As you can see, there was no publication. So, you can see that we divided the sections. Our main, let me say, goals in education field, volunteer field, and development of the organization. Also, financial part. Financial part, international networking, communication, projects and activities in ESN Bulgaria, events, of course. So this is how we see the network in our mandate for this 1 year to develop. So we put here all the most important things. For example, for the volunteers, how we should increase their motivation to guarantee that they're not only aware with the ESN values and goals, but also to have how to say it, proper soft skills that they can present in the real life, in their work, for example, so that these organizations not to be focused only to the Erasmus students. Yes, they are important, but also for our volunteers that we can help to develop and to grow. These are the events and how we should collaborate between the sections and to find, for example, sponsors that can improve the experience during the trip. So, of course, we put the part that is connected to the Erasmus students. Here, the financial part, we want to increase our budget with more partners, commercial, institutional partners, also public funds or calls for proposals, something that we already are doing, but at the moment we structure it for something like a plan for the future. So communication, of course, here happens the internal communication, also institutional communication, communication with social media, renovation of ESM Bulgaria's website. So we already told you that this is a topic that is kind of hard for us because we didn't have WP for the last 5-6 years. So it's really good that now we can put all the partners in our site, put all the updates that are related to the Erasmus Plus program, also the face of ESN and what projects are doing, and of course internalization of and collaboration on international level, working closely with different countries. The reason that not only the reason, but we already are working close with, for example, Romania. For example, we're planning to have some common things like trips or events for the volunteers with Greece and Turkey. So it's something that we hopefully make our organization stronger. And this is the exact action plan. We put some status here to see what is already done, what is in progress, what is in hold, and what is not started. I will explain a little bit more because what is done, you understand it. What is in progress also on hold, it means that we plan something, we put it in the action plan, but at some point something happened, our vision changed. That happens because you can plan 100% what will be your mandate. So this is important. There are not so many tasks with on hold. It's just something that to take in mind that in our mandate, for example, it's not the focus and we change it or switch it with other specific topic, but you can see maybe can you scroll to maybe okay, you can see we separated the tasks, description, deadline, and responsible person and status. So you can see which was like the deadline, and of course, for example, regular meetings with the local presidents. It's normal to be still in progress because our mandate is not over. Some things like in the education, we separate the responsible people like this because usually on the national level, one person is not, it's okay, it's responsible for something, he's doing it, but it's not only, like, it's not alone. We're a team together. For example, I can manage to contact all the sections, that's why, not only the sections, but the universities, that's why we're working closely with Madeleine, who is the education officer, but at the same time, there are a lot of things you will see, you probably have seen this file, a lot of things are separated between different kind of different people from the board members and support, and you can see some things are not started yet. It's not updated, no, so let me say that this we already started because of the section bodies, but when I sent it, it wasn't started. Also, some things switched in the months, let me say, because other things were more important at some point. So maybe these months are not always like the exact, but we are still trying to manage all of these things. As you can see, there are not so many things done, but at the same time, there are a lot of things in progress, and we are starting to plan to see, like, maybe to have some meeting with the board members again to see what is already done, or it should be on hold, or it's not started yet. To update this because it's like 1 month ago we sent it. Of course, there are some things that are with different status now, but for example, it should be like in process for, I think, at least every other method in the future. But of course, this is a plan that we put for ourselves, and we hope it's a good base and good base for the next national board members. And here, again, some things not started or in progress, but for example, here it's something that we'll explain tomorrow, mostly Maria. Here it didn't happen because until now because some administrative issue, because we'll probably will make it this online. And for example, I'm not sure how to explain all the things. You can see there are a lot. I didn't put here like numbers, but there are a lot of things that we're working at the same time. For example, here it's also in progress, partnering with Yes and Omega, still in progress. And we separated the tasks between local, national, and international level, so we can check on different levels what is happening and how we improve something. And I think that's it. I'm not sure how else I can explain. I won't explain one by one because you have this file and you'll see what we put there for different people. So a lot of things. Hopefully we manage to end them and done them before our mailing is finished. But of course there are a lot of things, as I told you, that are happening not so expected. So sometimes your focus change during the mandate. So this is still, let me say, this is the first time we made this kind of action plan. So I'm not even sure if it's the right way to show you in this sheet, but that's all from us. So, any questions? Questions?
I would like to open the speakers list. Ani, can you give the mic to Ani?
Давай, Ани, ти си наред.
Yes, first to thank you once again for presenting this document and for having a joint action plan with the board and support. This is the first time that we have such a document, and I believe this is very beneficial for the organization. I do have some questions though. The first one is, what exactly is it? Is it a strategy? Is it an action plan? And which part we are going to hold on tomorrow? Because in the agenda it's an action plan. Then in the document, the first part is the headline is strategy, and then the second part is action plan. So are we going to hold both together tomorrow, or which part of it?
Okay, I first thought it should be the whole document together, but you have right that it's a different name, let me say, but maybe I'm not sure how to answer, but the action plan, like the sheet with the status, is more important. The strategy is something that we showed that last time, and people said that it's not actually an action plan because they are not deadlines. So we can vote the second part if this is easier to understand for the others and the people who are not here now. But yeah, the action plan with the status is more important. And this is our vision of action plan. Maybe you can say your opinion, because I'm not sure. We actually the first part, the strategy plan. I opened ESN Wiki, so ESN Italy's action plan. It was like this: no deadlines, no specific things that are divided into months or year. So that's why firstly I decided to put it like this. people say that's not the right way. We made the sheet, so maybe we can vote the sheet and just the strategy just to be the focus where should the national board go. But I will hear your opinion first.
Yeah, in my opinion, the first part is also is an action plan from what I've seen from the international level action plans and so on. So I think the first part itself is fine. Just maybe if we are going to vote it, to say that we are going to vote the strategy, or if we are going to vote this as an action plan, just to mention it in the headline as action plan. But yeah, please just clear that before the voting tomorrow so that it will be clear for everybody what exactly we are going to vote. If you think you can discuss something.
Should we propose change in the name? Like the strategy part?
Yes, I think if it's just headline, it's fine to propose just change in the document. Okay, vote it tomorrow as an action plan. Yes, I think it should be sent until 11 p.m. today. Just to mention that we are going to change the headline and then tomorrow just explain very briefly during this time that we have for additional changes. Okay. Yeah, here's some more questions. Yeah, one of them is for 1.2.3, which is, if you can open the document maybe so everybody can see what I'm talking about. So it goes like that. Actively participate in the National Youth Council as a full right member.
Which number?
1.2.3.
Yes.
Yes. So here is mentioned that we are going to participate as a full right member in the National Youth Council. And right now we are not a full right member. Right. And we have a discussion tomorrow, which is in the afternoon, if we are going to become a full right member. So I think until we agree if we are going to or not become full right member, having this in this document, and if we are going to vote on it, it means that we all agree that we are going to be a full right member of the National Youth Council, which we still haven't discussed.
We will just propose a change for now because we're still not. I'm not sure why we voted like this before we. The full right. Okay. And we will just propose one document.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. And yes, another thing that for me is also a different idea that we haven't discussed is 2.1.7, which is converting ESN UCTM into ESN section for technical universities in Sofia. And for me, this is also a completely new idea that haven't been discussed with the NGO and should be discussed before going into the action plan of the board. Because the National Assembly is the body that always votes if we are going to expel or accept a new section, and restructuring the section, including different universities in it, for me is also something that has to be at least more discussed, if not voted, from the National Assembly.
We'll just remove it.
I mean, if you think that it's fine, it doesn't need to be discussed.
Things changed, and we had this in mind when we were sending the document, but at some point this came started to be active again. So I didn't check all the document before the National Assembly, so we'll just remove it for now. But for those of you who don't know, UCTM is not an active section right now. University wants to be active, but there are no volunteers because they, like the whole university are 30 people maybe, so they have 2 random students per year. So we wanted to restructure it at some point, but at some point they wanted again to be active, so kind of changed in the time. So I will send a document deleting this, like not deleting, but proposing to not including this point in this document.
Alright, the last one is one part from the action plan from the table thing. It is about the ESN intern, and the explanation is get an intern who is involved with communication with students, organizations, and institutions such as National Youth Forum. For me, this is something that goes for the president and education officer, and if it's going to be delegated to someone else, at least it should be someone from the network, because I don't think that we can get an external ESN intern who is going to be the main connection between ESN and the National Youth Forum, because this person should represent our values, our vision, and who are we as ESNers, and I don't think that an external person who is not involved in ESN can do that in the best possible way.
Okay, I understand your point. Here is mostly to help the president, not to delegate all the things to this person. And it's also we have the idea to have intern from other country due to Erasmus program. You know that there are some things that can stop because the mentor should have exact time of experience with the exact field. But the idea is, even if it's external, just to help with the communication, not to have all the communication. Just for example, to arrange meetings and to check emails or send it to, for example, Maria to tell the intern, okay, now we need a meeting with the National Youth Forum, can you arrange it, can you have the pre-meeting stuff, like to Maria to meet, for example. It's not the
The
case.
representation.
Yes, it's not the case with the representation. Of course, it's not like an assistant to some of us. It's just some things that can help the national voice. At least we discuss like this. I'm not sure if you understand it different. Should we add something like communication, or how do you think? Is it understandable, like the whole communication part, or is it understandable?
Well, maybe someone else also can be involved, so that, I mean, you can say if I'm the only one who understands this as being a representative of ESN in front of this organization, so it was just not clear for me, maybe.
Because I like things written. No, I don't need a microphone. So, the thing is, like when I read it like that, I understood what you understood, but when you explained it, I understood what you understood. But it should be clarified from my point of view, because like it should really state exactly what the person should do, especially if you want to apply for an Erasmus grant. They need to have the exact description of what that intern will do. So if it's just like communication, it can be misunderstood. People might apply thinking that, you know, I'll be delegated to go and talk and so on. So yeah, it should be clarified, but I understand what you mean, like what it's asking.
Since I will send email with proposing for change, I will think about how to clarify this point. I understood it when we wrote it. We didn't think about this part, but you have right, so we'll think about how to restructure the description. And any other questions?
Okay, I'm closing the speakers list. Thank you, Ivan. Okay, guys, since it's about 12:20 and we ordered the food to come at exactly 1 p.m., so it can be hot. So for this, I would like to propose a vote to get one of the topics from the afternoon, which is the budget report, which Daniel, our budget, is going to present. I would like for us to vote. If you want to move Danny's panel from the afternoon to now, it's a 25 minutes panel by our time, so we can finish by 1 and have lunch and finish earlier. Okay, so now I'm proposing to move the slot budget report to right now at 12:20. ESN Sofia University, do you agree? Yes. ESN UNWE, do you agree? ESN Varna? ESN Plovdiv? ESN Vasilov? ESN Sishov? Okay, then I would like to give the floor to Dani to present the budget report for this and last year. The floor is yours. Yes. For our intern. First of all, I would like to say something. We have an update on the agenda. We managed to make up some time. So if we go by plan, we are going to finish at 4:45 for our international guests, and we, the ESN members, are going to have our open space for local sections from 16:45 until 17:45. So ahead of us right now, we have the TRIPS policy paper in ESN alumni, after which we are going to have a short break. And this short break, our dear OC will let you in some secrets about what's going to happen tonight, about the menu, what is it, what's going to happen, and stuff. Before we continue, I want to say something. As you know, this year is going to be the second year of the social days of impact of ESN, and it's going to be from 22nd of April until 9th of May. And as you may know, basically it's an event that showcases how international students can be put into society to basically promote organizing international students to join and do stuff with the local communities. Like I remember in Sofia, someone did a Martinica workshop and stuff. Now I wanted to be more productive, do more things. The events team and the national boards can help you if you have some cool idea. So as you know, it's good to follow the 6 ESN main structures: culture, education and youth, environmental sustainability, health and well-being, skills and employability, and my favorite one, social inclusion. Because it's us who have to do this, we are the pioneers of tomorrow. So for now, the next thing on our agenda is the TRIPS policy paper. No, OC is going to do the update for tonight's event after the next break. Okay. Just a second. Okay, so we have to vote for 2 changes in the agenda again. So for the first thing we're going to do is tomorrow the plan was to start at 10 and have the registration and opening until 10:30, but we are going to start earlier. I'm going to update the agenda right now after we vote. I want us to start at 9 and have the forum check and the opening until 9:30 because some people from Sofia and from other places have their last transportation in the early afternoon, and if we want them to be able to catch everything, we have to shorten some things. We are also going to, okay, let's vote for this first. ESN Sofia University. Oh yes, first I have to do a quorum check. Sofia University, are you here?
Yes, I'm here, but we should like.
ESN UNWE.
Yes, here.
ESN MBU. ESN Varna. ESN Wasserburg. ESN Stoff. ESN Bozic. Okay, everyone is here. We have a full quorum. We want to do this change because at the current time, tomorrow we are going to finish at 4:40 and the last bus for Sofia guys is at 4:30. So we want to finish by 3:40 and yeah, so let's vote now. ESN Sofia University? ESN UNWE? No, you are not out, okay. Martinis. ESN Wasserburg? ESN Svistov? ESN Plovdiv? ESN Varna? ESN MBU? We have a full quorum check. And now we have an international guest who decided that they want to share some interesting things with you, which we are going to keep a secret with a short presentation tomorrow for 15 minutes. And we are going to shorten one of the Q&As. We are going to shorten one of the meetings and have this international guest present to us what they want to say. I'm deciding to keep this a secret because they said that it's going to be interesting. We know what it is and we think you're all going to like something different for 15 minutes. Yes, you can add something.
I just want to say that this change, the second change, we propose to here to shorten the time of amendments because today at the next coffee break I will try to send you the proposals for change. I think these keys suggestions to propose for change, whatever for the topics that are voting tomorrow, so that you can add these topics during your session consultation. So not to have this open space tomorrow for local sessions that we were planning. So we'll put another topic for this because we will have time today to discuss it. So let's go.
Is anyone confused?
Yes.
Okay, so quickly on Bulgaria. Tomorrow we have an open space for open sessions at 10:40 until 11:10, but we are going to do this open section today. So tomorrow, these 30 minutes, we are actually going to make them 15 or 20 and have an international guest do something interesting for us. So Sofia University, how do you vote?
Yes.
UNWE, what is your decision?
Yes.
ESN Svistov? ESN Wasserburg? ESN MBU? ESN Plovdiv? ESN Varna? Okay, I think that's all. We have a full quorum.
Yes.
Do we need to make some other changes? Okay. So we can continue. Is the TRIPS policy paper working group here? Is the TRIPS policy paper? I'm asking for a group. Actually, you are a few people, so yeah. Okay, guys, give it up for Justin.
Alright. Sorry guys, it's in Bulgaria because it's our internal document. We sent it, what's the date? On the 15th of March, and I'll put it in Bulgarian, sorry again. Така, хора, получили сте този документ на 15 март, надявам се, че сте го прегледали. За всеки случай ще минаваме по него така набързо. Така ми ще моля така леко по-леко да даваш надолу. Аз имам на телефона, така че няма да гледам там. Общо взето документа, първо да обясня за него. Тази инициатива почна преди 2 години и нещо. И се радваме, че най-накрая става реалност. Защо е нужен такъв TRIPS policy paper? Първо, защото като всяко нещо в ESM трябва да бъде регулирано, трябва да бъде съгласувано, за да може да си имаме някакви правила относно нещата, които правим. До момента, за тези 2 години и нещо, всички трипове, които успяхме да организираме, до някаква степен са направени по този модел, но точно след 2 години заради COVID неща, доста неща не се получи точно по този начин, но последна точка на този документ е написано, че при форс-мажорните обстоятелства, разбира се, нещата могат да се променят. Документът е разделен на 7 части, като имаме основни положения, подготовка на екскурзия, подбор на водачи, права и задължения на водачи, протичане на екскурзия, финанси и отчет и общи разпоредби. Общо взето, когато става дума за основни положения, в тази част са ни обяснени всъщност за самата организация, кой я организира, всъщност не е индикиран точния партньор, с който работиме, защото в момента работим с Royal Travel, но това не означава, че цял живот трябва да сме с тях. Това беше първа стъпка, затова не е индикиран точния партньор. Примерно до година, може да е някой друг, не се знае. Също така е обяснено много ясно и много да стане ясно какво е национално и международно събитие и какво е локално. Една екскурзия, в която участват от 3 секции нагоре, се смята за национална екскурзия или международна, ако отива в чужбина. Една екскурзия, в която кажем Свищов с Русе организират една екскурзия, затова ще са 2 секции, това е локална екскурзия. Okay? Една или 2 секции е локална екскурзия. В зависимост от това дали е локална и национална екскурзия, но тук вече излизат някакви нови правила, за които по-късно ще обясня. Относно подготовка на екскурзия. Пак казвам, в нормални времена и в COVID времена, една екскурзия, в това, което ние предлагаме в този документ, трябва да се организира минимум месец преди самата екскурзия. Да кажем, на 1 май е същата екскурзия, това означава, че на 1 април всичко трябва да е на бял свят. На бял свят. Разбрахте, нали? Всичко трябва да бъде обявено към Еразъм студентите. Към Еразъм студентите и въобще интернационални студенти в България, понеже нашите екскурзии могат да се включат и международни студенти. При тях трябва да стигне информация от към самата екскурзия, местата, които ще виждаме, цената, какво включва, какво не включва. За съжаление, примерно, тази година в Благоевград, струва ми се, че с 1 ден закъсняхме с самото промотиране, но пак казвам, живеем в такива времена. В нормални времена трябва 1 месец по-рано да бъде кратена информация за цялата екскурзия. Също така, поне до 10 дена преди самата екскурзия трябваше да имаме финални избрани водачи. Но това означава, че когато се анонсира самата екскурзия, трябва да се анонсира и open call за самите водачи. В подготовка на самата екскурзия. Националният евент координатор заедно с колегите от борда и с локалните секции са включени в цялата подготовка, като националният евент координатор е онзи, който координира нещата. Тоест, за да се разпространи информацията към всичките секции, понеже сме много, националният евент координатор праща информация на локалните представители, съответно те да могат да пращат информация към Еразъм студенти. Защо? Примерно имаме канала на ЕСМ България, да кажем Инстаграм. Сега, ако го публикуваме само там, не е факт, че всеки студент ще го вижда, защото не всеки студент следва канала на ЕСМ България. Затова работа на локалните представители е много ключова, защото в каналите на локална секция е окей, значи окей, трябва да се споделя информация за самия трип. Окей, за подготовка на за подготовка на екскурзията, супер важно е и е писано, очертано, трябва да остане така според мен, да бъде обяснимо наистина всяко нещо, какво примерно плащат такси, да кажем, 100 лева екскурзия. Да кажем, трябва да бъде представена информация какво включва в тези 100 лева. Защото много пъти се случва преди в нашата така велика история, много пъти сме правили такъв тип екскурзия, в който кажем една цена и не обясняваме какво ще къде, отиваме на екскурзия и по-може 200 лева отгоре за добре, не 200 малко, ще поне 50 лева отгоре за вход, за неща, които не са описуеми. Така че задължително всеки разен студент, всеки участник в самата екскурзия трябва да бъде информиран на време за какво се дава парите. Тоест, това нещо не трябва да се случи за бъдеще, в момент, в който казваме, че струва 100 лева и какво ще харчи още толкова. Окей. Самото промотиране, както казах, през всички канали на всичките секции. Сега много ключово, особено за секциите, понеже виждам тук няколко. Хора, трябва да разберете, че за да стигнат информация до самите разуми, е супер ключово вие, секциите, да помагате с това. Защото няма как едни 10 души от борда да гонете ни 300 души в цяла България да им дават информация. Така че ключово, като цяло в ЕСН, особено при трипове, трябва да сте внимателни. Вие сте хора, които трябва да промотирате най-много. Защото включайки се в нашата екскурзия разъм студентите, по този начин, първо, че откриват България по един друг начин, защото всички наши екскурзии са на красиви места и места свързани с историята на България, а една от каузата на ЕСН е култура, така че искам ли наистина не ми хареса тая дума, но ще я кажа задружени сме. Щом сме поето ангажмент, трябва да го направим. Така че имате го напред за бъдеще, щом се гласува този документ. Това означава, че от тук нататък, наистина, всяка секция не очаква някой да ви, не знам, да ви звъни на лично. Щом се пусне нещо, вие трябва да го промотирате. Така, всичките участници в самата екскурзия бива да бъдат регистрирани чрез някаква вид форма за записване. Това може да бъде Google Forms, това може да бъде някакъв вебсайт, това може да бъде всяко нещо, което може да бъде онлайн. Това не е само заради COVID, но винаги живеем в времена, в които всеки има телефон и е много полезно да се прави самата регистрация на самата екскурзия онлайн, чрез каквато да е форма. Не сме писали някоя точна форма на здраве, защото всеки път, всяка година на себе екскурзия може да има различна форма. В крайна сметка важно да се записва, да имаме информация за тях. Дали тази форма е Google Forms и някаква друга, вече това зависи от човека, следващия ден координатор или ако е локално, вие както предпочитате, но със сигурност трябва да бъде онлайн. И то това е друго нещо, което е тук важно, за GDPR неща, защото един документ онлайн можеш после да го триеш, едни списъци там писани в някаква тетрадка, няма никаква гаранция, че някой ще ги трие, или че някой ще ги, не знам, реже, гори или каквото ще прави с самата информация. Относно глава 3 от подбор на водачи, когато става дума за водачи, е важно, всички неща, които са писани тук, е важно да уточним следните неща. Пуска се Open Call за самите водачи, който се праща към цялата мрежа. Сега, последните 2 години нещо правихме последния начин. Пускахме винаги Open Call, като в София, понеже имаме повече хора, разбира се, има повече желащи. В секциите извън София, сега, за лошо ли не, но винаги с колегите ни от рода бяхме на мнение, че самата секция може да се решава кой да прати на самата екскурзия. Което не е лош вариант, но пък нито не е най-правилно, защото винаги в секцията може да има някакви конфликти, може да има някаква субективност и мога да ви кажа, че за тези 2 години съм видял гидове, които дойдоха с друга цялна екскурзия. Така че според този документ от тук нататък всички хора, дори и извън София, ще трябва да кандидатстват. Който всъщност не би трябвало да е проблем, защото да кажем и Ясанова да иска да праща там шефчето. Не кажем, иска да го пращат него, защото е готово. И ми е добре, но нека да се пише на мотивация, нека да има черно на бяло, за да може после да кажем, окей, да кажем той, Данчо, ако не се изпълнява нещата, да може да му се каже ученце, това се подписва в мотивацията, в момента не го правиш. Така че затова е този документ да се регулират нещата и дори секс да реши да праща хикс човека, нека да пише на мотивация. Със сигурност, ако е писал 3 думи на кръст, няма да пише. И може би сте отбелязали нещо друго, напоследък пишеме на всички екскурзии за Open Call. Много е важно хора да пишете на мотивация, не е 2 изречения, в които казвате, искам да имам на екскурзия, да запознай се за студенти.
Добре.
Съжалявам, не става така. Затова винаги отбелязваме, пишете на мотивация като хора. Все пак, гидовете не плащат за екскурзията. Вие имате транспорт и настаняване безплатно. Докато самите участници си плащат и таксата в тяхна такса и включно и вашата такса. Така че, моля ви се, за бъдеще да знаете, че трябва да си пишете мотивация. Тая мотивация не бива да бъде 2 изречения, в които обяснявате колко са върни разми или колко знаете английски. Не става. По-добре да се ходят 2 души, отколкото 10, от което 8 не правят нищо. Както споменах, самите водачи трябва да бъдат избрани най-късно 10 дена преди самата екскурзия. Само секунда. Добре. Самите водачи 10 дена най-късно преди самата екскурзия. Това го пишем в правилника, но на практика това е още по-рано. Сега, относно водачите, пак пуснат документа, има 2 важни неща – права и задължения. За самите водачи се организират минимум 2 обучения. Първото обучение след като бъдат избрани. Ако някой от тук има хората, които бяха част от екскурсията преди COVID, 2 обучения. Едното обучение е свързано с самата екскурсия. Какво предстои, какво трябва да правят и супер много важно. С Атанас почнахме по времето, в което аз почнах да съм ивент координатор, да организираме и не знам как да го кажа това, за първа помощ. Да оказваме за първа помощ, точно така. И беше много успешно. Това трябва да продължава да бъде. Атанас със сигурност винаги ще на нашата ще помага. Няма значение дали ще на 50, пак ще ни помага, няма проблем. Така че имаме човек, който ще ни прави това обучение. Това е първото. И второто, преди самата екскурзия, дори няколко години преди екскурзия, е важно да се организира още една среща, в която се финализират всичките неща. Относно социална програма, относно кой за какво отговаря, какво ще се случва. И е супер важно за всяко нещо, всеки ден, за всяко нещо, което се случва, да има отговорник. Окей, условия. Всеки водач е задължен да знае английски, разбира се. Всеки водач е задължен да спазва стриктно индикациите на OC. Обикновено, когато имаме по-голяма екскурзия, да кажем националния евент в Велико Търново, тогава има OC. Какво означава OC? Тук на платформа имаме прекрасните Ангел, Дара, Ангел и Вирджиния. Те са OC. На екскурзия, голяма екскурзия също има OC. Тоест, те са хората, които почват да организират самата екскурзия много по-рано, когато самите водачи са избрани. И тези хора от OC са същите хора, които по време на екскурзия не че са шефове по никакъв начин, но са хора, които знаят много по-добре, много по-навътре нещата и за да дават някакви индикации на водачите. Така че едното от задължение на водачите е да слуша и да поеме, така да се каже, някакви ангажименти по време на самата екскурзия. Също така супер важно е да не са конфликтни, да уважават участниците, да уважават колегите си. Също така, ако някой от другите водачи по някакъв начин вижда някакво нелепо поведение на някакъв друг водач, има право да се обърне към ОСИ или към управителен съвет на ЕСМ България, за да си каже притеснението. Окей. И минаваме към следващата права и задължения сме го минали. Окей, съжалявам. Самото протичане на екскурзия, както казах, представете си, че един месец мина. На екскурзия сме в момента. Има си един график, който е много добре стабилизиран и се знае предварително. Да кажем, днес сме събота и неделя в Пловдив. Значи, щом има тръгване в 8 сутринта, значи в 8 самите участници трябва да са там. Самите водачи и хора, които отговарят за трипа, трябва да са поне половин час по-рано или един час. По време на екскурзия всеки си знае ангажиментите, всеки водач се знае къде трябва да е, какво трябва да прави. И като цяло е много хубаво, ако всеки не си знае какво да прави и не пита 15 000. Това не го пише тук, ако казвам от мене, не пита 15 000 тъпи въпроси. Има време на въпроси преди самата екскурзия. Окей, относно финансов отчет и разделение на финансите. И тук искам много внимателно да ме чуят всичките секции. Понеже последно време все много си говори, че прави пари, наскоро чух, че и аз правя пари, че ходи по чужбина с пари от ИСН. Прекрасно. Ще дам на всички. Значи пари, ти имаш пари, ти имаш пари, ти имаш пари. Не е така. Първо имаме данни, които за един лев, ако го кажеш нека ти трябва, ще ти плаща малко. Те също не прави проблем, просто ти гледа лошо. Но, трябва да разберете. Да кажем, има такса и не след това не го пише там. Пише го за финанс, но искам важно да го е за всички. Първо имаме такса 100 лева за екскурзия. Окей? От което самата екскурзия, да кажем, струва пари, които се харчат самата екскурсия, 90 лева. Тоест разходите за транспорт настаняване. Останали 10 лева са нашия приход, говоря се в момента за агенцията. Това е нашия приход от агенцията. Но този приход не е едва ли не пари на частен джоба или пари на дани да се купува бартолки. Не е така. Тези пари, това е комисионата, която се ползва за баджове, социална програма, welcome back, ако решим да искам да правим, някакви води по време на екскурзия. Нещо може да се случи по пъти, но някакъв паркинг трябва да се плаща, за който не знаехме. Примерно, на нещо някой му е лошо, някакви харчни трябва да се купуват. Всяко нещо може да се случи на път. И отиваш на път с едни 150 чуждестранни студенти. Като те първо идват в България, защото смятам, че тук всички сме трети свят хора и че много да правим каквото си искат, въобще не се съобразяват, което се случва тук и всеки Божи път се появяват разходи, които са непланирани. Разбира се, в крайна сметка остава една част от парите от тази комисиона, което отива в бюджета на ИСМ България и за което Дани се отчитава. И с тези пари се организират неща като тази платформа. Така че, моля ви се, локалните секции, не съм чула още веднъж, че аз правя пари с екскурзии, защото наистина е много точно. И друго нещо. Имаме цена с ИСН карта и без ИСН карта. Обикновено разлика между цени, между екскурзия с и без, ако е в страната, е 5 лева. Окей? Сега. На последна екскурзия, последните две всъщност, това, което направихме, разликата да виде на екскурзия с есен карта и без есен карта, бе пратена на всяка секция отделно. Което означава, че примерно Варна са имали 50 души, от които 15 нямаха есен карта, ето 15 по 5, тия пари отиват на локалната секция. Сега, защото нашите локални секции не са регистрирани като юридическо лице, тези пари дали не може да ги праща и така. Той да има някаква фактура. Съответно, примерно не съм Варна, не мога да дадат фактура за нещо. Те не са юридическо лице. Затова тези пари пак остават на националния борд. Но това означава, че Варна иска утре да организира някакъв тренинг или да купуват тениси за техни доброволци, могат да ползват тези пари. Okay? По същия начин беше и за секциите в София. Всяка секция си получава тези пари от хората без есен карта. Но с този документ почва малко да имплементираме тези неща, защото в един момент не се получава толкова яко. Първо, че в София имаме и има, който организира събития за разходи в София. Второ, че имаме съвета на софийските секции. Това е касичката, от който всички, когато имаме нужда, пишем моди и си вземаме някакви кинти. Така че... Да, за есен неща са. Не е за тениски, а ако имаш някакви есен събития, пишеш тази десе, ако имат пари, разбира се, да. Така че от тук нататък, гласувайки този документ, ще бъде следния начин. Секциите извън София остават на същия принцип. Вие си получавате тези 5 лева на със или без есен карта. Ако е международна и решим да е 10 лева разлика, ще получите 10. Тоест разликата хората извън София си го получават на секционно ниво. В София обаче, от тук нататък, гласувайки този документ, тази разлика отива в съвета на софийските секции. Окей? Трябва да го имате на предвид. Защото в крайна сметка в ССС ние още виждаме. И няма смисъл да правим 15 000 разпределения. Да. Окей. Това е за финансовата част. Разбира се организира след всяка екскурзия отчет. Да съм честен, до момента нямахме някакъв огромен писан документ, да кажем отчет. Пак защото работим тясно създание, но примерно до година да кажем някой друг ще бъде, не знам, ще бъде екскурзия, но няма да е горе, тогава трябва да правим отчет, който да ходи към нашата мрежа. И последно, относно общите приложени неща, пак казвам, не дай Боже, друг утре се появява някакъв вирус, който се казва не знам за какво. Разбира се, може да се... всяка екскурзия може да се отмени при обстоятелства за извънредни обстоятелства или обстоятелства, които могат да заредят на здравето на хората. Нещо подобно. Разбира се, че ако трябва обаче има корона, всяка екскурзия може да бъде отменена. Това е долу-горе. Надявам се, че всичките четове документ. Аз ме просто преразказвам. Okay? И да, ако имате въпроси.
Okay, we are going to open the speakers list now. It's not over. It's not over. Okay, we are opening the speakers list. I want to see some hands. One. Okay, Emeka, Joanna, and Daniel.
Опа, аз ви записвам, съжалявам.
You're done. Okay.
Съжалявам. Давайте.
Okay. Okay, boss, you're first. What is your question?
Hi, I'm Emeka from necessary. And in regard to the chief policy, did you see the suggestions I wrote in the email? What do you think about it? Because I believe communication is the key part to what we do PSN, essentially put together. And we, the local sections, are the ones who want also provide the issue to the students and gain their trust and reputation back and forth. And my suggestion I put in respect to the last one about teaching our provisions. I think we should put together a document, 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 a docu I noticed there's nothing about when refunds need to be given, like how is it communicated to the local sections. And I made some suggestions about how fast it should be communicated, and if we see the email, maybe we can put that on the screen. I gave the reason why I made the suggestions. I guess you're great at also.
Sorry to interrupt, Emeka, didn't you receive the email that I sent to all the...
Yeah, and I wrote back to you like this.
Okay, today or?
No, like last week.
Okay.
Okay, I didn't saw that.
Thank you. Maybe we can go for the question that I have answered for.
No, answer this question.
Okay, so first of all, Emeka, as I said, we started working on these documents like 2 years and a half ago. So actually what happened like for those 2 years and a half, honestly, not everything went as it's supposed to be. Again, COVID and a lot of things, yeah, of course, we had a situation when we did organize a trip in 2 weeks. And then we had a trip where we were organizing 1 month, and then we need to cancel. And then we had a bad communication, because we were about to inform the people, we had a strategy, but in the end, sorry, we fucked up. So I wrote it in a written email, and I got your point, but as I said, like in each point here, and when you say when we need to cancel a trip, how we should inform the participant and the section. Actually, there is a few points where the event coordinator or the OC, doesn't matter who it is, should inform the local representative in the same day. Yes, you're totally right, we did this mistake. But this is the point that if once we agree with this document, this situation cannot repeat. Maybe CG, should we...
No, just to add on that.
No, you don't need to give him the mic.
Okay, just to add on that, because my point in the policy is literally not written how fast the communication should happen for when it's cancelled, and when the trip is cancelled, and when the local section should be informed that's cancelled. And no, since the policy is working going forward, I feel like that should be written down like within certain hours.
Okay, we'll vote for this tomorrow, yes? Okay, then Emeka, I can do like this. I will once again check what you wrote, and we can edit in the whole document until tomorrow. It will be edited there, and then.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. Whatever you want.
Нека на английски да ги инволваме с тях хора малко.
Yes, okay, so my comments are not that much about the content of the text itself, because I'm not that involved with the trips anymore, but just a few comments on things on the text that could be improved in my opinion. For example, in point 6, you have 6.4 twice. Член 6 алинея
4.
There is 4 and then 4 again, so maybe that's something that we can change until tomorrow so that it will be cleared out.
Okay.
Yeah, just a technical issue.
Then
I have a comment on 23.5. From what I understand here from the text, you mean that there should be some part from the fee that is going to be added to the national budget, and there is a limit up to 5 level, but there is no minimum. So do you think that there should be any minimum added, for example, between 2 and 5 level?
I can
right
explain.
now it can be 0.
I can explain. Okay, so the point here is the next one. Let's say for the next excursion trip, we want the things that in the end we need to have a factor for the national budget. So let's say we make the calculation and we want to buy welcome pack, I don't know, welcome pack, whatever. Then that's how we will form the fee from the agency. If the welcome pack is 6 level, then we'll ask the agency to give us 11 level. So we'll spend 6 level for the welcome pack, and we'll have those 5 level in the end, at least 5 level for the national budget. So 5 level is the minimum that we need to have from in the end, I clear money from each participant.
For me right now it's written it's up to 5 levels, so the maximum is 5 and there's no minimum.
It should be minimum. I will check again. Mm-hmm. Да, okay. Maybe we can rearrange it and then add it for the voting.
Alright.
Nice.
Last question.
Yeah, just the last comment. It's also something just in the text that I believe could be improved. It's point 25. In the first part, sections are written by their names. For example, it's ESN Syrstov, ESN Ruse, and I believe it could be better if it's just sections out Sofia and sections in Sofia, because in that way, if we have, let's say, another section, then you don't have to change this document, it will be clear where it goes.
Okay, nice. Okay. Then, okay, Annie, if you can just prepare them and we can edit it later, and Emeka as well, so we can have it till tomorrow. 11 tonight.
I can prepare them, but I cannot propose the audit commission, so it should be proposed by someone else. If you agree,
I'll find someone. I'll get a proposal. We will manage it.
Не може да вика.
To be honest, I haven't read the document, so maybe it's written there, but I don't know it. So we mentioned about two different options for a trip, local one and national one. What are the procedures when there is a local trip? Is it the same one or before you have to be informed about the trip? And is there another deadlines? And yeah, that's it. Is there any difference?
Okay, when it's about the local trips, actually we did not mention about some rules. It's up to you guys. But then it would be really nice if you follow the same rules as a national trip. Because if you, let's say, organize a trip in the local section, and let's say if you announce it like 1 week before, not good, my friend.
Exactly the trip. Is 1 day trip also a trip, or is it a trip there?
I think in different countries it can be interpreted differently, but from my experience here in Bulgaria, I don't know if you agree guys, but 1 day trip is not a trip. Maybe it's an adventure, walking around, because when you say trip, just a second, one point in this document is that all the trips should be organized by Bulgarian law. And if you go for 1 day in another city, and if you announce it as a trip, you don't want to have those paper stuff, documents and everything. So better if it's just 1 day, announce it as an adventure, as a walk to somewhere, not a trip. When you have 1 day and night, okay, that's already a trip. Okay? And then the next one, if it's a local one, please still not try, but it's a must to use the agency. Not because someone will take some money or stuff like this, but because we should organize all the trips by Bulgarian law. On the last trip, on the previous trip, we did have problems because there is someone who takes care of us and always wants to make us some kind of interesting problems. So that's what I'm saying. Like, when you announce it as a trip, there will always be someone who will watch on you and wants to have all the papers.
Okay, wait, no, don't pause the mic. There is an order here. Okay, Meka, Eli, do you want to be added on the speakers list, or do you have a comment on what he said? Okay, you have a comment, Eli?
One of the major reasons
okay.
to announce that it will be national. So ideas and timing will clash together, because you might want to listen to a trip to Puerto Rico about what they plans and works. Plus, if it's so close and everything, that's one of the reasons why it's announced.
Окей. Екатерина? Ели.
Кажете, аз
Чакай, бъркам.
Okay, so my comment is that for the one-day trips, it really depends. If you ask me, and considering like from my experience being on national level and being the person that is written in the documents, if you ask me if you are organizing the transport, meaning a bus or something like that, you should have the documents and you should inform the national level. If you are going by public transport or by train, you have... Okay, I'm sorry, I'm going to switch again. Значи, като пътувате с обществен транспорт, има застраховки и разни други неща, които осигуряват сигурността на хора. Ако тръгнете вие да си осигурявате транспорта, обаче, отговорност, и това се води по чапката на ЕСН, отговорност носи малко и много повече, който е писан. И трябва да се обединява с това нещо. Ако днес станете и решите да се разходим с главата на парите Варна, не е проблем. Обаче, ако организирате някакъв транспорт, всъщност трябва да мине през фирма, да имате документи и така. И не дейте да го мислите толкова от някой да гледа и ще ни направи мръсно, защото сме тръгнали с библика. Те гледате, като имах хора, които носят отговорност за това нещо, защото дай си може да стане нещо, имената на името и на другите хора са написани. Да. И това, ако стане нещо, нали, се почва есен в България, трипове, без документи и радост. Така че, ако може да, като цяло е много добър въпрос, не е лошо да се отбележи по някакъв начин.
Началото това въпрос на съзнание, което ще трябва да се регламентира по такъв начин.
Да, не е лошо.
Ако искаш го формирай като изречение, може да го добавим. До днес до 11, преди шоу-руки.
Аз ще се възползвам 30 секунди, Слава. Като допълнение на това, което Ели всъщност в тази насока с таки аз тръгна, че този документ направя за да дава насоки и да имаме единно разбиране за това какво правим, когато правим клипове и че винаги има онези общи разпоредби и това какво се изисква от водачите винаги са валидни, без значение за каква е продължителността на трипа и това винаги трябва да се съобразява на всички тези контакт. И както Ели каза, в случая се съобразява и Юсин с закона, който ни задължава да работим с тази дейност, защото ние нямаме право да извършваме тази дейност.
Въпросът към как само ще това, но много рамката на това е много штука, защото трябва да помисля, че 15-10 човека трябва да има и
Да,
както малко каза, просто с значението каза, както с това, може да и това не се разбира като екскурсия, може да се позволим примерно 15 човек, един човек.
Да, и като което е вие все пак, като сте с влак, примерно, това са по-големи хора, които могат и сами да се тръгнат. Там вече е организирано с транспорт.
Да, може да се просто има твой да знаеш, че като коментираш дали нещо.
Yeah, I think we kind of go out.
Comments and questions, like discussions we can have when we meet outside for a beer. But in here I want to have a structured NA. We also have some questions from YouTube for like the last 10 minutes, which we can answer.
Okay, I have my last comment.
Yes, okay, and let me just
the last comment from my side. Again, we can add everything that you said, it's very cool. Just having my local section, whatever you want to organize, a trip or a walk, it's always better to speak with the national coordinator, just to have everything on rules, because again, in the end, we should respect the law. And then we have the international students, which they don't know what is happening in Bulgaria. We need to be sure what are the rules here, and if there is a situation as it was COVID, we are the one who know better what they need to do. Last comments or questions?
We have a question from YouTube, and I'm suggesting to close the speaker list after this question. Okay, so the question comes from Nelly Stoilova, на български или на английски, and she says why the money in Sofia go to SSS, and doesn't this make the sections in Sofia weaker in some way? She's in YouTube and she's going to hear
Yep,
us.
she can hear me. Yeah? Okay. So again, Council of Sofia section. That's the United Sofia. Why the money should go like that? Not money. Okay, money. That's the 5-level difference. Why should go there? Because in the end of the day, each section is organizing different events from where they can take some fee for the section. I mean, like, let's say they organize a party, or let's say they organize a small event somewhere where there is an entrance fee, and from the ESN cards, or maybe they have, how is this called? T-shirts with the logo. So there is a lot of ways how a section can get some money for the local budget. But then, like from those 5 sections, a lot of us are going to different events, and then we have this casa.
Cashier's desk.
Cashier desks, yeah, in the Council of Sofia section. What we can use for trainings for a section in Sofia, for different international events where we are going, all of us, so we can write them. So the idea is to put those 5-level difference there, just to be sure that we have enough money there which we can use in case of need. So again, each section has the option to make some money for their section, and it's really good if the money from the trips are going there. And another reason, when the trip is promoting in Sofia, it's promoting everywhere. So in the end, you cannot say that a section promotes it more than the other. That's why the money are going in Council of Sofia sections.
Okay, thank you, Boston. It was a very nice discussion, and I think with the trips policy paper we can start doing some very awesome trips, more awesome than the ones we're doing now. And we're going to have now another short presentation by Albert, which is related to ESN alumni, and after that we're going to have a coffee break. So give it up for Albert!
Правилника ни е все на умни? Okay, just a second. Yeah?
I think it will be, while they do that, I'll just go around and I'll probably share some sticky notes, and you have to write probably something little. I think that will be more efficient. That's okay.
Написахме. Нели Калина е,
Да.
Да, бе, да. Okay, just a second while we get the presentation from Nelly.
Да. Директор с Bulgaria.
Добре. Тя трябваше да прави нещо друго, което пак го няма.
Няма 3 секунди обявявам, че в крайния път ще прави.
Не, аз правя линк, защото не е ли.
Не, ама Нели е пратила още нещо, което ще ми трябва за утре и пак го няма.
Трябва ли направя линка и...
Да. Просто договора се да...
Да.
Okay, so try to be short and sweet, as never. So, ESM alumni. What comes to mind when you think about alumni? It would be interesting to hear on the room several people. And Mecca, what do you think? Old, okay. Wise? Wise, okay. In the context of ESM?
Forever young.
Experience, forever young.
Forever around.
Forever around. Yeah, that's true. All of it is true. Okay, so ESM alumni, we already have that as a structure in ESM, but it's kind of missing from our everyday life. One of the reasons is for the past years, all of us have been active members, but now it's probably a good time for some of us to move on. And this was supposed to be Nelly's presentation, so you can see several years ago Nelly waving to the old board, which when it comes to ESM, sometimes your game comes to an end. You have to move on, or it doesn't. And the purpose of this sort of presentations today is to show what we worked on, the ideas that we had about ESM alumni, to get your heads thinking about what you want to see from your alumni. And tomorrow there will be a voting for the standing orders that our colleagues prepared for the alumni structure to be part of ESM Bulgaria. Because currently it's a bit more varied than what we have. And these are some of the faces of people that will have to move on.
Yes,
And some of them are participating in the process, so not all of them will move on. But should the time come, they will have to move on.
I want to just to...
Yeah, you're not moving on either. You stand there. Okay, so you have sticky notes in front of you. It will be just great to see what you think about your vision about ESM alumni. Who are they? What should they do? And what should their role be? I'll just give you a couple of minutes just to think about this. You can also share with a raise of hand. But it's about thinking what you would like your ESM alumni to support you with going forward. And just reflect on the words that were shared. More experienced, always around, old, some of these things are valid for alumni. So what would you want to see from those people? 30 seconds and we can. So quiet. Alright, so anyone wants to share initial thoughts? Let's get a couple of people and get the discussion rolling. And I can go for it.
So, any question or?
Yeah, you can just share.
So, what I want to see from the alumni, I want to see hear about their mistakes. As people, but so that the predecessors, the successors, the next generation learn from those mistakes and that's how the generation grows.
Yeah. Sort of like a lessons learned. Okay, that's a good point. Anyone else want to go?
You're done? Do you want to go?
I was supposed to say the same thing, just providing advice
And that's only a request, right? They shouldn't be very aggressive in giving advice, but should you need that, that should be available. Maria, what do you?
I mean, we all say the same things, but and I've been to some of your calls, like the PSN calls. But basically, these are the people who still wish to contribute, but have exhausted their roles on the national level and everything, and they have more opportunities to give something to us rather than us take away from them, I guess.
Yeah.
Like lending money.
Yeah. I mean, those are all good points, and it comes time when the members of the organization should probably shift to another role, and it might not be a national board, it might not be a local structure. The alumni structure should be the one to allow the people with more experience that don't have ground to contribute more, to sort of help the people that are still to go through that journey. And I think our thinking was how do we support that, but how are we not invasive in our participation as well? So that was driving our discussion. Plus, what's the structure? What's the structure for us to formally do that? Well, let me move on. Do that. I'll share some of the concepts that we have for alumni. And one of the points is that we won't have a consultative or voting power. So it won't be part of what currently the section delegates do. And we'll be not only be the people, but will be the structure that will allow you to continue your ESN journey, doing different things for the less experienced people, for people that are still to come in your shoes, to walk in your shoes. Who can become ESN alumni? Everybody who's been a member of ESN for at least 2 years. Within 2 years, you can go to a local, you can go to national level, you can do different things. Post those 2 years, you're welcome to join the alumni structure. Okay? What about alumni and their sections? So you'll be able to keep a close relationship with your section and a couple of people there internally. It will be the terms defined by the section, no voting, no formal consulting. And the alumni will not be accounted toward the number of section members. Say you have 20 members, that will be your active voting alumni. Keep pressing the button.
Чакай, аз ще го правя. Аберт, стига, мърда. Ама един
Когато върнеш стопаните
What's that?
You're old, that's why.
Yeah, no, we need tech training. We don't have those in the old days. Alright, so we might be less active because you want to be informed. And we'll have the right to receive the information that you guys receive, any invitations to national assemblies, training and other events. So we also think internally how we plan our contribution to these events. Okay? Some of the activities that we had as part of our thinking was personal professional support. One of the statements was old, and that experience comes with it. So most of us will already be working and could sort of help some of you that are yet to start your first jobs. Mentoring, budget system, financial support. Alumni can choose to fund the organization should they need to. They can fund a particular event. SEEP recently, so should an alumni want to, they can fund that event. It's opportunity to organize trainings and to train people, to hold sessions as well. It's also cover for charity events and non-direct advice if asked. Okay, so we will pay membership fee. That will be 40 BGM per year. But if an alumni joins later on, they'll pay half the price, which is equal to what the active members pay. Direct transfer to the account of ESN Bulgaria, and the alumni will have a right to the ESN card. So here with the finance part, there's anything to add more? Anything more in detail?
Yes, so what we discussed is actually for the alumni to pay the participation fee, the membership fee once a year instead of twice, as we pay as members. So we just 40 level at once. And then 20 of those go directly to the national budget, and 20 will also go to the national budget, but they will be specifically for something, like for some event, for some training, or for something with really purpose that is decided from the ESN alumni. But at the end, it will go back to the ESN Bulgaria budget.
Another thing from the previous slides that I saw, to become an alumni member, you have to have been at least 2 years in ESN and not be kicked out of ESN. So very important additional to that.
Rebecca wants to say something. Or a
No,
question.
just to ask in regards to that, what if you're like one of those members that have been talking about ESN for like years, but not necessarily like paying membership fee? Do you qualify to be an alumni? Okay.
Ако е бил плати,
As explained yesterday, also you'll be voting tomorrow. So we wanted to make that formal. So you'll be voting tomorrow on the alumni standing orders, which are part of the National Assembly documents that were sent to you in an email in the previous weeks. If anyone doesn't have access to it, let's figure it out together and we can send it around later today so you can have a look what you'll be voting on tomorrow. I'm pretty sure the sections have already consulted on what they're voting on tomorrow, but just a reminder. Guys, anything left for the standing orders? Okay. So if anyone has comments and questions, they can address them by 11 this evening, right? Just with that.
Yes. I wanted.
I think the last is a thank you slide. Unless there's something
Yes,
else.
no, I want to, before you say thank you, I want to ask one of our international guests if you want to add something to our alumni discussion here? Because I don't know if actually you have alumni in your country or. Perfect. Thank you very much.
Why did you choose to be like if a member of in Bulgaria, every member who was for 2 years can be part of the alumni community, or like people who also had positions just a regular volunteer can be part of the alumni?
Yeah, you can answer
Okay, the mic is mostly for the people on the live stream viewers. So, yes, if you are a full rights member, as almost everyone is, even if you are only active on the local level, even if you don't have a local level board position, you can join the alumni. The only reason for you to not be able to join the alumni is, as I said, if you have the organization for something, or you have, as Meg asked before, only been a body and at no point have you been part of National Assembly, full rights member, and so on. So even if you don't go to national level or get some position, you can still, if you have been a full rights member for 2 years, you can still join the alumni.
A couple more minutes. So do you want to share a good practice from your country as well, or anything you want to share? Or yeah.
Daria, yes, in Romania. I wrote some ideas here. I don't know if some of them have been mentioned already by you or by the people inside. With R, Daria.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Yes. Okay, so I wrote that they can do trainings and workshops for different events. They can do conflict management because I guess they've been also through different dramas and conflicts and whatever, so they can help with that. And we do have people who are helping us in that. Storytelling and motivation givers, I guess this is something interesting for everybody to hear stories of how things were like a couple years before. Advisors and maybe helpers in strategy building. For example, knowing again what has been happening in the past, it can be helpful in order to prepare for the next years and helping the national board, the local level to make their own strategies for the future. They can also connect different partnerships. Like for example, if I start working in a particular place that can be helpful for ESN, maybe I can make connections for the local level or the national level in order for them to make the partnership, or even provide job opportunities for volunteers who are finishing their mandates and they're searching for jobs, and maybe in my company they are employing people and I can bring these opportunities to local or national level. So yeah, these were just some ideas.
Awesome.
That's really valid. Thank you, Daria. I think it resonates with our vision as well. I think our body and training programs covered in our vision as well. Particularly the body is not something you can easily say whatever new person comes in, I'll be their buddy. But I think on a need-to basis, especially in my experience for the newly elected national boards, it's always helpful to have someone that has already done that.
Comments?
I will have a comment.
Yeah.
Thank you. So just for the conflict management, we can discuss it later, but just put it out there for the conflict management and helping with the sections and so on. I'm just curious, how do you see it? Should the section go to the alumni and be like, we need your help? Or? Yeah, because I think it could be a bigger problem if the alumni go and be like, we see that you have a problem, so now we are going to help you. So yeah. Okay, so the sections should not, there is some alumni network, go for help.
Okay, any comments or you have something else? Maria and Octavia?
Virgie? Yeah?
With me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah?
Okay, Octavia, yes, in Romania. I just wanted to ask if you have alumni networks also in your local sections. So it's going to be one alumni network for everyone. Okay, now.
Thank you. We also have people on the stream. Does anyone want to? I think so. Anyone wants to ask any questions online?
No, Maria, I think, has the question, and if anyone else doesn't have questions, I propose to close the speaker list. Okay, close.
First of all, congratulations. I think those standing orders are very good and exhaustive, and they cover everything. My question is, would you tell us a bit more on the procedure of giving this financial aid that you were talking about? Like you told us that the standing orders state that it's up to the alumni network to choose what the cause or what the situation would be where you would provide this financial aid. And I was wondering if you can give an example or just tell us what types of projects or ideas or expenses would be covered by this.
I can answer it and maybe Anami can cover, but it's on a need to do basis. I think an example is with CEP and formally, I think we agreed to do some budget for where we were short of budget. So it's purely voluntarily giving money to the organization whenever that's needed, particularly for a concrete event or charity or something as a project where funds are needed. I don't think we have a formal structure where we gather and we do a form where we vote on what needs to be prioritized. Right? But that if we internally can agree, okay, everyone can spare 20 level of their personal budget and fund, let's say, a charity event of the SM covering some. So it's quite informal.
Okay, so the idea here was that there are some money that go directly to the national board because they are people that are active and know exactly how much money will be needed for something. For the rest of the money, it could be on the basis that the alumni see there you are on the national level or even on the local level, something is being organized that the alumni network likes very much, and either they are going to each other, they like, we have this money to give you. Don't imagine it's going to be a lot of money. It's like 5 people in the alumni right now, so let's be realistic here. But at some point, maybe the alumni will reach out and be like, we really like this event, we want to help you financially. Or it could work on the other way around. You can go to the alumni and be like, we are organizing this event. For now, we are quite decided I'm not joining them anytime soon, but on the discussions it was quite decisive that we are not going to be sponsoring traveling, participation fees for individual people and so on. So it's going to be mostly event-based in Bulgaria. It might be for a local board meeting, it might be for a team building or something. So this is what was discussed until now. It might change.
Thank you.
And not sponsoring tangible material stuff. It's primarily helping things happen, things move on if the organization doesn't have enough budget. Just be an additional leg for it.
Thank you, Albert.
I think what happens with the sticky notes, I'll just take a flip chart and I'll probably leave it somewhere there where you can see it and you can just put it on it. I don't know, it's put it online. And thanks very much. We want to help. We want to be connected to you. We want to resonate with what you do. We don't want to be on your way, but we want to be there and support you and still be part of the assignment in a non-invasive way. Thank you.
Okay, guys, and before we have our last coffee break for today, and we come back for the presentation of our international friends and of the local level of ESM Bulgaria discussions for possible changes. I want to give the floor to the OC to say a few words to you about tonight, what are you going to do, where, what time, if there is a dress code. So, Angel, welcome on the stage.
Shit. So I don't know from the moment. What are we doing?
Да с дрес-код се седим на престолата. Само това.
Не знам клас.
Okay, so we just have like a really quick and important announcement to say about tonight. So, you know, this evening we have like our social program, and it's like really very similar as you have read emails, right?
Right.
So, very very important thing. You all should be at our class.
7:30.
Place first.
At the place.
Yeah. Actually, you should remember this. Okay? 7:30. All of us should be at Anna class.
Yeah.
Right? We will send you again the location. You have it, but we will send it again. So just don't forget to check your WhatsApp group. We'll send it 7:30. And you all should be like fancy dressed, you know. It's like a role, so. Because
Don't forget your dance moves.
because we have a really, really special surprise for you, and you should be like having your vibe, okay? And be pretty as you are right now.
Sorry? You have a question? Имате ли розе? Sorry. And after the dinner, we are planning to go to a club again, like last night. So, can I have some hands up here so I know approximately how many people are willing to go to the club? Come on. Yeah, Dancho, I know you want, of course.
Saturday night, so it's going to be epic one. Sorry.
Sorry?
How fancy can we go to the
You can be as extra as you want.
or as long as you want?
Okay, if you want after dinner, you can go change. Another option is just to bring another outfit with you, but the option is just to be extra. And if it's going to be like a lot of people, it's just okay. But if you want, you can of course go change. But for 7:30 at the restaurant. 7:30. 7:30. Okay.
Yeah, any more questions?
Пусна нещо на YouTube. Говорим се вижда.
Why we do have the Viennese ball today for the international guests? Because maybe they are wondering why do we have Viennese ball? Why do
Okay, it's a Viennese ball. Yeah. This you don't know.
you want to know?
Actually.
So, the city we're currently in, it's called Druse, and it's the city of the first things. For example, the first ball was held here, in the whole the Bulgarian region. So, like, the first hotel is here, the street names, yeah, a lot of things. But that's why we are having the Viennese ball here. The reason is
Okay. Small.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, yeah. This is why. This is the
Because
reason
the
why we have.
architecture of the center is the same as in.
Yes, here actually we have some really interesting historical and architectural facts, but you will learn more about it tonight. So there is a connection, there is like logic, okay? But yes, this is the most important thing.
Yeah. Any questions? Yeah.
How far is the restaurant from the hotel?
You should take a taxi.
And then how far is
You should take a taxi. So,
yeah,
like that's why I asked for the club because because there are lots of clubs where you can go. Just a second. So, like for example, from the hotel to the restaurant, it's like 30 minutes walking. So maybe you should take a taxi. And from the club, it depends because that's why I asked first how many people are going to be, so we should decide which club to go to. Like different clubs are offering different stuff today, so yeah.
But in general, the restaurant is center, and most of the clubs
are in the center as well.
Some of them are there, others are in the region.
Yeah.
So yeah, it depends what we as a group want to do after the whole thing.
We are having several reservations at different clubs, so we can decide.
Я дай микрофон, аз
Свърши почивката на деца.
Айде малко по-стегнато, моля ви.
Do you have any questions? I have a question. What time should you be at the restaurant? 7:30. What's the name of the restaurant? Sure.
Thank you. You have a 15 minutes coffee break until 3:30, and after that we have the last two panels. And I can't wait for the presentations of our dear international friends.
Няколко ми се занимава, нека да оправи камерата, но не ми се занимава. Бъгва се нещо. Кой беше хакера? Ели? Ели ли преди малко е хакер?
Или? Може да тръгнем.
Сега да кажа, че ми разпечатали документ. Мога да помоля в края на този панел, да ги помолиш просто да ми се подпишете на този документ. Всички да ще запомниш ли?
По-скоро да излезе. Всеки минут всички да
Моля?
да пуснеш листа и да си подписвате.
Всички така да го направиш, ще е по-бързо.
Така мисля, че ще е по-бързо.
Временно сесия. Защото като си не стане някакъв послание, с 20 минути.
Преди Open Section.
Добре, ще кажеш само да...
По-скоро да... Не, то по-скоро да излезнеш и
Има, да.
да ги хващаш.
Има от Румъния, от
Това е
Австрия.
най-лесно там на вратата, защото
Става ли тогава да ти...
Да, ще им кажа, както приключим, ще им кажа хора, чакайте нали да излезе име да се пишем един момент.
Значи, от тебе зависи какво да отваряме защото аз трябва да остана тук до края. От тебе зависи кога затваряме залата. Защото аз трябва да затворя залата, да я заключа и да върна нещата, тъй че съм тук.
Да.
Да, то няма.
Добре. Не. Кате, Иван, за сега Local Level в България дава ли презентация? Local Level в България има ли презентация?
Не, няма презентация.
Това, което съм пратила, е единствено пратено от мен. Section election. Да, това питах. Да.
Okay, guys, now we're going to have the next thing. The last thing from Bulgaria. Today, this panel, we are going to have the local level VSM Bulgaria, which is Kato is going to present it.
Da.
It's something which she wants to make as a discussion, I think.
Yes, pretty much.
So, Kata, you have the floor.
First, just quick disclaimer before we start with the topic. The flip chart for alumni proposals, what they have to do, what you expect from them is just here, so you can put your sticky notes. And another thing we decided to do, maybe to help ourselves with smoothly continuing the platform, we will try to manage all the proposals for changing, for what we have to vote tomorrow, to do it and send it for everyone before we start the section consultations today, so to not have it in 11 o'clock tonight and to not be a need tomorrow to have another discussion. Is everyone okay with that? Anyone to? It's not agree, so we can discuss everything with the sections today.
Any other stuff to say? Okay. So, just a bit, thank you. So, section elections, we will discuss a bit, when I have to think a bit with people, how it has to be the elections for the local boards in each section. For now, every section has its own period. It's decided by the section, and it's like that since years back. And it's working for everyone, but we see with time that there's some misunderstanding, let's say, why everyone is taking their time, they don't have the opportunity and people at this moment to have for the full board, and they're doing it in time, like, example, it has to be in the middle of June. There is not enough people, so let's do it in the middle of June, end of June, middle of July. And in the end, the new board is elected way after it should be. So, with the board, we had one very long session a few weeks ago, and we discussed that as well to maybe like pros and minuses, why we have to change that, and to get some proposals for how to do it, how to make it better. We will give you 3 proposals. What we decided it would be applicable for us, and we can discuss it. We can propose a lot. It's just the the beginning of such a discussion. We're not going to decide it today, we're not going to decide it tomorrow. So feel free to say what you think about those proposals. Just back, please. Why we actually think that it's a need to equalize the elections and every local board will be elected on the same period or 2 periods, but like to have 2 options. For that, it's because like that every local board will have the equal start, meaning if everyone starts at the same period, the knowledge transition it will be way easier. The boards will have the same literature, the same start. You will know the same thing, no one will be more experienced than the other, there will be no knowledge gaps between the board of Sofia University and the board of Svistov, for example, because they will start with the same thing at the same moment. They will be attended the same maybe amount of national programs, trainings, and etc. Also, the local board members, they will know each other and they will have trust and stuff. They will be able, if needed, to delegate their vote to someone they know. It's not going to be a problem and think like, oh, who I trust enough to give the vote of the section if something happens and there is no way to come to the platform. As the same, like I already said, the knowledge transfer at the same time. You will be, let's say, on the same page, and you will be easier to feel comfortable, to not feel that someone knows way more than you and you will be shy to ask, to not be embarrassed in front of the others, because the local boards will be approximately on the same level. And it will be way more structured and easygoing for the national event, for the communication with the national level as well, because we all know that this is the time the local board should, every local board should elect their boards and give information to the national board. And like that would be nowadays agreement who is actually part of the local board. And like that we could make way better event calendar for trainings and platforms, so we can make them just after a bit after the transition period ends. So every local board could be on training and they start set the same knowledge. And when we do the next national training, we will be able to just improve the knowledge and not starting from someone from the beginning and the others be like, I already know that. Why should someone repeat for second, third time, etc. So the first proposals is actually, can you change it? The first option is the election of the end of May, the end of the spring semester, which is the working way of New Bulgarian University, for example. And we try to make some pluses and minuses about that, so we can discuss later why it's working like that, why we should stop on this option. The plus here is that you have really a lot of time to get knowledge, know each other, to make a team from those different people in the board, and to have more time to think, to do an action plan, to start thinking what you're going to do for the new semester in September, to have enough time to communicate the IRO and being adequate when the semester starts. The minus is that there is no events in the summer, there is no Erasmus students in the summer, and they are mostly more or less 3 months, approximately 3 months, without having a connection with Erasmus students, which is more or less what motivates us to be here, because we're doing it for them. And this is kind of a minus, because if you be super motivated, yes, I want to be a local board member, I want to do it now, I want to give my knowledge to this, I want to develop the local board of the section. And then there is 3 months that you can't implicate. You can't do anything. If I say some words wrong, so you'll be a bit not that motivated if you have 3 months with only plans, but not put these plans in action. The second option is the working way of Sofia University. The elections in Sofia University are end of November, beginning of December. And plus there are that Sofia University local board is catching the new motivated people, the new bodies which came in September, you already see that they are motivated. They have emotions and the right people, let's say, if we can put them like that. And to motivate them to become the new local board in the middle of the year, but in a super specific time when there is national training coming after that. There are holidays and events and activities which those new people will be involved, and they will meet other people from the other sections and the other countries as well, but sections and cities. There's also enough time before the start of the new semester to get in a good collaboration with the IO, to have a good transition period, to not be stressed if something will happen, and to see that the transition, the work transition, to be in action, to do the stuff together and to get it on practice.
I think, I said everything like the pluses. The minus is that, just a second, the minus is that after this the spring semester, they start the spring semester, they are motivated, they indicate what they wanted to do, and then it comes again the summer when all the motivation more or less is down, and people lose motivation. They're like 3 months on the beach, and there is no one who wants to be be involved with the process and action, and there are 3 months of doing nothing. And in September, it's again super hard to start again the same level of activity. The third option we discussed is something that we popped up actually in discussions. We never thought about such a thing, which sounds in the first way strange. It sounds hard. It sounds irrational. To have elections 2 times in the year. 2 times for each of us. Like every section will have those rules. And we didn't discuss about the exact period because we have to think also about the national events when we have to do our national conference, which is related with international events. So we can say, hey, we will also be at the beginning of May, for example. So what we have in this meeting, let's say we have 5 people. More or less is how much we need for a full board. And we want them always to be happy with what they're doing. We want them always to happy with what they do. It's valuable for the others. They have to feel good with what they're doing. And if they're tired, it's showing it in their working essay, in their real life, how we call it, and their personal point of view. So we think that if it's 2 times per year, it could be always with motivated people inside. Now, for all of us, now it's 1 year for everyone, for every position, it's 1 year the mandate. And when you put your application, you're like, yes, I want to do this stuff for 1 year. It's my thing right now. I want to do it. I have ideas. I want to do it for 1 year. And in the 3rd month, I was still thinking. Sometimes the answer is no. Sometimes no, it's not my thing. No, I'm not doing good. I'm not happy with this team that I am in. So it could happen like that people are there, like being aboard, having the position without doing anything, putting any efforts. And the others are like, I don't know when you budget.
Jerry.
Carry them on their back and being a bit frustrated because they're doing way more than they have to. And they are not in a good cooperation, and there is drama, and there are problems, and there are misunderstandings, and a lot of other consequences. And if with these proposals for the 2 times elections, they could be, if someone is tired, or if someone is not good for this position, they could be someone else coming. someone wants to be for 1 year, if he still have the motivation, if he still want to do it, it's okay, it's absolutely okay to put, to go for another mandate, as we write, like, no fear to be engaged too much, not fear that you're not gonna do it the right way. Yes, actually, everything I said is already written there. Just with the closer communication with the Erasmus students is something that we discuss a lot, and it's kind of a problem because when we first started ESM, as I said, most of the biggest reason is the communication with the Erasmus students and this close relationship we get with them, the emotional relationship with these people. And when they left home, and you're a bit sad, and the motivation level is drowning, literally, because you're like, yeah, the new people were not going to do the same. I don't want to do it anymore. I want my old friend back, and it's a real problem. We see it, we know it, we see it in some people. So this is not gonna be a problem anymore, maybe. The minus of course, are the smaller time to implement the knowledge you have. Because if you're not selected for the second mandate out here, if you're not, you don't have the time to improve for external reasons, you're not going to be satisfied from what you do like a board member. The harder communication with the national board and the IRO is also a thing because with the IRO, for example, you have every 6 months to listen to someone else. And sometimes they are a bit annoyed us and the communication with us. And there will be another maybe, like if every 6 months after new people, you have to start the communication almost on the zero and earning their trust again. Same with the national board, you will be like, can I trust those people enough? Who is the person I can trust the most? Who is the person I have to contact if I have those problems, and etc. And sometimes literally 6 months are not enough to indicate whatever we want to in our mandate. So all the proposals are having their pluses and minuses. And even in the board, we are not in the same opinion. And that's why we want to discuss it, free discussion, before we propose whatever else will be standing orders from now on. So whoever wants to say something, the mic is yours, and we will be answering the questions. Just to open one.
Okay, we are opening the speakers list. Who has a comment? Jordan. I see my friend Dion also has a comment. Dionysius, the Greek god from Jordan. Ivailo.
Maybe they pop up more.
Okay, I'll keep it open for.
Should I start?
Yes.
Okay, so I have another proposal. We personally want to make it in the middle of August, just after the summer platform and after the summer camp that we go with TSN. And for me personally, I think it's a great time to wait because you have enough time to make the transition and to prepare for the new semester. You can prepare for the new Erasmus students, and yeah, I think there are many processes at that time. So yeah, just another option. I think it would be, as I said, let's say in the middle of August. I think that there are many processes that time. As I said, maybe something else like advantages.
Can I ask him something?
Yes, it's a discussion.
Okay.
You have 2 comments per question.
If you want, yes. That's why I asked if I have to
They're
bring
here.
it, just to ask him something. Do you think then it's a minus because before that June and July and a part of August are, let's say, okay, yeah, in vacation mode, and there are not that much volunteers, you will motivate to become a local board. If they decide to not be any more volunteers, active volunteers, who will be the board then?
So Kati, so you mean that in the summer, that these are, let's say, vacation months, that there are not that much people in the city? That's
No,
what you mean?
the statistics shows that a lot of volunteers and volunteers, they quit after the end of summer semester. And they are not renew their membership as now it's from 1st of July the new period. You get it like people decided the semester stop, I'm not anymore involved with the semester. And you maybe see that someone could be the possibility for local board, but he's not no more a member.
Yeah, but
It should be a problem.
maybe he's going to be.
Maybe a lot of possibilities. Everything here is if
Yeah, of
on your
course.
career.
Yeah, I'm just saying that for me personally, I think it's really good for the board if you know all the students from the beginning, from the first semester, because in the second, maybe many of them will stay for the whole year. So I think it's good to have be in touch with the students in the first semester, and yeah, maybe you say the statistics. I don't know how the statistics are, but I guess it's true. So maybe there are some advantages, some minuses to be in August, as I said, but I think that it's going to be useful for them to know the students from the first semester, as I said. And there was a proposal for May. I think it's also good because, as I said, you get the whole summer, we have so much time, but also students from the second semester, they usually, as much as I know, they go back home in June, and they finish the semester. In Bulgaria, they stay for July. So I think that yeah, it's a new semester, so a new board. I think that it makes sense.
Аз мога и тук да говоря. Няма никакво значение, защото тази камера е забила.
Yes, Dion.
Yes, about what you said before that about the achievement and the low productivity of the volunteers. What you said is really true about people that are not motivating after 3 or 4 months. But there's a lot of misunderstanding inside the sections. I'm not in any section. I'm just watching it from outside. My note is, or my comment is, to make the responsibilities for every volunteer clear before entering the section. I mean, very, very clear. Like you have 1, 2, 3, and not to interrupt the other people's businesses. You know, everyone has different responsibilities than the others. So if I'm in the same section with the other people and both of us have the same responsibility to be mixed, I misunderstand. Also, the shared responsibilities is very unclear. It makes like someone frustrating and someone is like doing less work than the other. Also, the people won't feel calm in the environment, and they are seeking after quitting and after like seeing people that are doing the same. What I mean is, the responsibility has to be very clear from the beginning to the end, and not to be too much or too less. Like boring part has to be 50-50 with the fun part, you know, and that's it.
You're very right about those things, and actually the misunderstandings are coming from a lot of stuff. And we're maybe not gonna solve them with making the same election period for everyone. It's good to have those balances, as you said, the fun part and the boring part. And this is something which is
absolutely different for each board because of the communication between the people, because of their personalities and how they're working. So this is it's not something that we can decide. What we can do is, as you said, to know what is your what the people want from you. What is your description, your position description, and what you have to do when you're in this position, so you can maybe decide from the beginning: is this for me? Is it not? But there is always the possibility to not find 5 members, and there will be 1 or even 2 positions missing, and you have to spread then the responsibilities. And there is coming the empathy and the normal tone of saying like, hey, we have to do that, we have to work like a team, because in the end we're doing it for something good. No one is obligated to do it because it's a volunteering thing at the end of the day, but you have responsibilities to do, and somehow you have to feel it inside that now I have to help someone, but always being open with the people who you're working with, that I don't feel okay now with this, or hey, do you need help? I can help you now. I can help you now because I'm busy, I'm bored, I don't want this task or whatever. So the communication between the section is something super hard, and something that we can regulate with the document, that to make this misunderstanding to not be existing anymore. Yeah. Who was the next? Yeah.
Ivo?
Hello everyone. My name is Ivano. I have been part of ESN Sofia University for 5 years already. Yeah, my first days in ESN Sofia University was really I don't know what to do there, because I was only me and only 2 people, Nelly and Maria. And we started thinking how we can recruit more and more people. And we reached the idea that we should start with the emotional gap when our local students come back from their Erasmus. That's the reason why we start recruiting, because until we reach election in each section, we should have some people in this section, to have some competition each other, not to elect 5 people. And we start with filling this gap, emotional gap, with our local students in Sofia University. First of all, we invite them to join us by choosing someone from ESN Erasmus students who is coming in Sofia University, to see how they can help to this person who, first of all, touch our ground, first of all, find where is Bulgaria, and this is the first touch with Erasmus students in Bulgaria, and this is the first opportunity to them to challenge them, to help to someone who is not knowing anything for the first time. Then, when they see how this works, we provide opportunity to become a full member of ESN Bulgaria. Then they decide if they would like to continue like a buddy, to be only people who help upcoming students, or became person who would like to take responsible decisions and to participate in that kind of events, and so on and so forth. Because there is such a difference between being a buddy and participating in trips and parties, and to be part of this brainstorming with other people to think about that. Then, when they became a member, full member of ESN Bulgaria, they obtained more knowledge about what actually ESN is as an organization. And then they start asking themselves how can be more proactive in this organization. And then comes this idea, there is some kind of elections, board elections, section elections. Then they understand that there is a national election. Then they understand that there is international elections. So my point of view, we are not able to force people to become section to participate in section election directly when they comes from their Erasmus. We should take information piece by piece until they became aware if they really want to be part of this organization and then participate in local elections and became a president, vice president, then they're gonna be aware if they're enough responsible for this position from another position.
As a conclusion, what do you think? Is it okay to be the same or not?
Probably each university has a different agenda because Sofia University, the academic year starts October. Russian University, the academic year starts September. Technical University starts September.
Yeah, we get it.
The idea is it's not to fix the right month. Let's do it a period. For example, from September to November, each section to elect their local board. Because if they use this kind of emotional gap to find new members of their section and then to teach them how ESN works, they probably find a way to their members for board.
Something important is really the local board members are not just some people we catch, they have to be on the position so the section be full right section because it's one of the conditions to be a section. And it's super important those people to be adequate, to be familiar with what stands for ESN, what this means, the values, the strategy for national board, international board, what we're gonna happen in the next 5 years, what are the plans, what we stand for, and not just being there to make the buddy system. It's super fundamental to have the buddy system and to be there for the Erasmus students, but this is not everything. And the boring part sometimes is way more important than the parties because the boring part changed the world. It's not the parties who change the world. So the people who's being in the position, no matter local board, events, national, international, they have to be super adequate for the position that they will take. And as Dion said, to know their responsibilities as well and to know that they have something to improve in the process. Not just being like, okay, there is a free position, I have fun with those people, why not try? Because maybe you will fail and you're not going to be happy anymore to be in the organization because you failed. So it's super important to do this emotional gap, not only with the Erasmus students, but with the ESNers and having the ESN close to you and the moral of ESN to be the same as yours. And this is another thing that it could happen in the third option with changing it twice, because like that, the new people, the coming back from Erasmus, local students, they could have the time to know what is ESN, why should I be part of that? Why should I be active member and not just buddy and not just helping them with trips or events and etc. Because you can do it even if you're not an active member. And having that, you can see, and the current local board, it could advise and like supervise the members of the sections and to see, okay, this guy has an interest in this. I can tell him more about this community on a national or international level. I can tell them more about this activity where he can show his capacity. And after that, tell him, hey, do you know what is communication manager, for example? I think you will be good in that. And like that, to have this communication with the new people. So more or less, Ivalo's proposal is the period to not be strict, it to be more big. Like, yeah, like 2 months, not 2 weeks. Period.
Yeah?
Коментари можно ли?
It's me?
Yes.
Okay, because I don't see there, so... Okay, I have two things. First, I have a comment, and then I would like international guests, maybe you can guys share how it's in your countries, how the local boards are making the elections will help us a lot. Now back to my comment. Besides all the things that Katerina said, guys, going back to your cities, your section, I really want you to think more about this, because let's be honest, we still have local boards with some members in local boards which are not that involved in ESN and which actually don't know so much stuff about what we are doing. That's one thing, that's the reality. And second, sometimes someone is a local board just because they need to have a local board. So having, like, doesn't matter which option we choose, but having a period when every local board starts, it will be way easier to organize all the trainings and all the even national platforms. Because let's say we have the spring, let's say the first semester, November, national training for all the volunteers. Of course, it's the beginning of the year, so we can make like topics which are more related like to one-to-one. But then you go to the spring training. Of course, you cannot speak about some really one-to-one or like really easy topics. So we can go to the next level. So then if these local boards with the volunteers went 1 year together, then they will be ready for the national board. Because at the same time, being in a local board is a good preparation to be active in the national board. So to fix a date where everyone will choose the local board will help a lot the whole community. Because the base of ESL Bulgaria is not a national board. The base and the one who rule everything are the local boards. You guys are the one who can make that the real impact because you work with the volunteers in your section. The national board are the one who just give some advices and are doing some stuff more externally. But if you guys on the local board, if you are not trained enough and if you are not at the same level, it's not working. Let's say Katerina is doing a good partnership, but if one local board is really good and is promoting this one, we can get some fee, we can get some money. But if another local board doesn't know what means partnership, then it's not working. It's the same thing with the trips, with the events. I can try to make the most awesome, crazy stuff, like really the biggest events ever, I can call Fiesta, let's say. But if the local board doesn't know what means an event and why we're doing it this way, there is no point.
Thank you.
So it's really good. Okay, thank you.
Just because we are out of time and we want to hear everyone and the opinion of our guests, so can we, Gabi, Nelly?
Gabi чакам много там.
Yeah, Gabi, Nelly, just to do it, and after that, in the end, will be the questions. Guests' opinion. Opinion is the word I'm looking for.
Yeah, I'll be really short. So if you have 2 elections per year, one's going to be the first one, one's going to be the second one. Did you think about this? That's all.
No, we didn't think about exact period. More or less, let's say to figure it out first the reasons and the needs. If we really need such a thing, how do you also think? And after that, as I said, as it's related to the, we have to know who is the local representative 40 days before a national platform. This is fixed, and we have to do it like that. And the national platform should be on enough time before the GA. So we have to think about those periods as well, so we can propose if it will be 1 per year for everyone, it will be 2. We first have to go, what do you think, which way will be the best, so we can start working on exact dates.
Okay.
Sorry.
I will say yes to your last question. Isn't the end of May too early for the mandate to begin with? If people don't get engaged, they might lose interest before even the semester begins. And I have to say that I also think the same. I mean, it's May, you are graduating, in the next time you are vice president, and then comes summer, you do some stuff, and then until August you're like, what, I was in or something like this. I also feel that the August elections, like we do, is awesome. Like you have enough time to prepare all the things in the beginning. So yeah, you can answer Nelly's question with your words.
My personal opinion is the same, and I really think it. But when we discuss it, Desi, as a representative of NDU, she tell us that they never had a problem with losing the motivation, and the people who start with the elections in the end of May, June, they continue being a local board for 1 year. So maybe we see it like that because we never experienced like that. Maybe Maria, as an NDU member, can say, and as a former local board, do you ever, like, starting the mandate in the end of May, in the end of the student year, did you lose your motivation like a local board? With this gap, maybe, yeah, with this 3 months gap without active work.
I feel like this conversation is getting a bit open, but it's always up to the motivation of every single person, so we wouldn't be able to ever distinguish between would this person be motivated now and in 3 months again. We didn't have a problem in our board. Like the people who were motivated at the beginning continue to be motivated almost till the end, or till the end, like overall. So this wouldn't be an issue. We should just decide on a period and stick with it. And the period should be determined not so much, I think, by the motivation of the members, but with the deadlines and schedules and things that actually determine what we're supposed to do as an organization.
In the room, there are people who are in the organization for 5+ years and they're still motivated, no matter of the time which passed. So this is not really.
But we are not talking about people from 5 years. We are talking
Yeah.
about someone who doesn't even know what ESM is. Of course, we are motivated. That's why we are here.
Another topic. That's why we're trying to do as more training events, as more educational events, and to change the tools that ESN is part of the organization. This is a process we are all the time working on.
Okay, let's have a comment from Emeka, and I'm closing the speaker list until we hear from the.
I'll make a very short comment on that. The reason why August will be better than May is because during the summer period, like Angela just pointed out, there are so many, let me say, life-changing distractions that will happen. Unlike if it's August and October, December, where by this point your trail of life is more set and you stick to that. So let's not make a connection just before the high potential period for distractions to come up. Let's do it after that.
In all the options, there are pluses and minuses.
Oh,
every time there is, okay, this is super good and it works for someone. We just maybe have to.
No, it's not perfect, but it's like for the general following is like.
So, anyone else? Or yeah.
No more comments. We did 50 comments. It's supposed to be a discussion for 30 minutes, which she wanted to present. It's not supposed to be a lecture that everyone starts speaking one after another. That's why we have the list. That's why we have people with order. It's not closed yet. I mean, you are taking your own time, guys. I'm here for you. I'm not going to say anything. I mean, I've said what I wanted to say. I said, let's hear the international guests, what they have to say, and listen to them. And then on our local space, we can talk about this thing. It's supposed to be a discussion. No, I'm done.
Just the local representatives could share what we talk here with the sections, discuss it on there, and present what they think, like a section or like individuals' opinions inside the section. So we can continue this via email, next platform, in another call. We were actually going to make another one to discuss it more, and we will have more like longer email with what we think, like we is the board in this thing. So who is the one who have to say something?
It's written Daria, but it's supposed to be Lexi.
Lexi and Daria, yeah, both of them.
No.
Не, само Лекси просто не
Okay, so just because Justin asked how we do it in Yes in Romania. So a couple of years ago, we thought it's good. The national board actually decided to align our mandate with the IB. And then following that, we recommended the sections to align to that. So now most of the section start their mandate at the same time as the national board and the international board. Of course, that will change with the international board, but let's see what happens. And then, so I think we don't have a specific period that we require sections to recruit, as long as they do it by the time they would start the mandate. It's up to them when they do it. And then I think this is kind of good because the communities start together and they continue together with the same person. Of course, in time, if positions are not filled, they can be added. Sections are always free to do another open call and fill in the positions. So pretty much this is how it went, and I think it functioned pretty good. And maybe just something that I think it's good to think about. Do you have enough time in the planning of when you elect local boards for them to do the transition, to do knowledge transfer? Because this is a very important key in which the time they need to adjust to the new positions. And maybe think about if you have a knowledge period and the 6 months of mandate, how feasible that is for them to actually do some work. This is just a couple thoughts from our end.
I will just shortly explain because we talked about that. For now, a normal transition period is 1 month, and we thought that this means 5 months of mandate, more or less. But after that, we thought that actually we don't really think that every time we be 5 new people from every 6 months. We are pretty sure that there will be just changing 2 or 3 people because there will be always people who want to continue on being for longer in the position. So it will be, the transfer will be easier because there will be an experienced one giving you advice from inside, and as the people who will elect as local boards, they will be with better knowledge, basics, before they become a local board. So we discuss it also. It could be sometimes. Okay, so
I wanted to just stress on something. We're getting into a discussion where we talk about a specific period, but the general idea, I guess, of our presentation, was to point out that it would be a great idea to have this period set at the same time. So it can be May, it can be August, it can be November, just get it at the same time for every single section so that we're on the same page. So when you discuss it later, just think about having it at the same time, not which time, but at the same time. And then we'll figure out at another platform when exactly to have this period. Just think about this idea and having it together with the other sections.
Why Justin again?
Предложите да
Okay.
затворим.
I'm proposing to close the speakers list, including the national guests.
which is like Sophie will talk for, or Charlotte, sorry, will talk for, and Dennis, and I propose to close the speaking. It's closed.
Okay, so hi, I'm Charlotte from ESN Austria. Just sharing a little bit how we do it us. So every section does it like in a different way, unfortunately, because it's really difficult for us, like here as well. We all start university in a different period, and so it's a little bit tricky to coordinate it, and we get exchange students in different times, so it's also a little bit tricky. But what we do in Innsbruck is we have election in December, so actually we have a lot of months to have the past board to be able to like really give like an introduction to the new people. And we work a lot with our newbie network, so we have a lot of people that want to join ESM. And the old board that is like coming to the end of their mandate, like really like motivating those people, helping them out. And then so they have like 3-4 months of time to actually really get involved into ESM and get formed for it, and then they get elected. So it works really good for us. The only tricky part is like if you have people that are not staying till the December afterwards to actually give this, can you say it, like this education part back to the new ones. So that's the only tricky part for us. But otherwise, it works great. And I believe, like from my point of view, if you manage to get all the sections to elect the board in the same time, that would be great. Like actually, we should do the same in Austria, I think. Because at the end, like, it's easier to organize everything. Like, if you know the boards are elected now, it's easier than for Slack, for channels. Everything you do afterwards is way easier than the, oh yeah, we have still to wait for that board to be elected. So I think it's a great idea. It's a little bit tricky maybe to do, but yeah, if you manage to, like, yeah, go get this.
And maybe Denise? Not maybe, but. Thank you for this assistance. The cheerleader of the microphone.
Okay, so hello, Dennis from Eastern Turkey. Just in Austria, it's impossible to make it, like we don't have an exact time. Sorry, James. We don't have any exact time for recruiting local boards because we have a lot of sections and each university starts at a different time. But usually, the local boards recruit themselves in May or June so that they have the summer period as a transition. So they have 1 month until the end of the activities, and then the whole summer if they want to like fix something, some uncertain parts about their position. And some also recruit in September, October, just 2 or 3 weeks before the beginning of the academic year, because it's more suitable for them. But it's impossible to align it in our country. It will be great for you if you do it, but it's impossible with it. Yes. But we try to organize ESM 101 trainings for newbies, both semesters, and ESM 201 in the spring semester. And 201 is specifically for board members, like future board members. And it's usually in April, May, so that they are ready next month for the board for the elections. So we try to make it. So they usually make it in May after the 201s, but of course something changed, and also during the course of the year they also may change their boards. But we're trying to balance it with our trainings and guide them this way.
Well, thank you all for joining and sharing opinion. As I mentioned once in the discussion, this is not gonna solve the problems of the organization. It's just one step closer to be easier for everyone, and mostly to structure when we will do the knowledge transfer after that. We will continue discussing that in pauses in the time, and if you have any questions, any proposals during that, don't hesitate to contact any of the national board.
Thank you for turning this into a lecture. Now I would like to ask our dear international guests to start presenting their countries, and literally by mistake I decided to go by the alphabet, so
Austria is going to be first. Because usually we do it by who send the presentation first. Because it shows that you like leading. But today we do a breve. Today we do the easy one.
With this button, you go forward. With this one, you go back. Okay, so and this is the point of the camera.
Okay. Thank you.
Hello everyone, so as you already know, we are Sophie and Charlotte from ESN Austria. First of all, thank you so much that we can be here for inviting us. We are both from the national board. Charlotte is the partnership manager, I'm the communication manager, and we are going to present you our national organization. So here you can see the motto of our action plan.
No, here. Yeah, you point the pointer here.
Oh, sorry. So why is like a phoenix? Actually, it's our old action plan. The new one, our new mandate is starting in 2 weeks. So this one is still valid for 2 weeks, but yeah. So why is like a phoenix? It was after Corona, everyone the sections were basically dead. You know the problems. So we decided to choose this one. So let us briefly present ourselves. I'm Sophie, I'm from Luxembourg, communication manager. Charlotte and I are both from ESN Innsbruck, it's our local section, but we are also both part of the board. Charlie's going to.
I'm Charlie. As you can see from the picture, I have like a pasta thing on my head. I'm actually Italian, but still representing ESN Austria. And I'm local section in Innsbruck, where I do communication. And on national level, I do partnerships.
So actually we are both doing communication at the local level, so we are working together pretty closely. Here you can see our sections. So you have Innsbruck, then Kufstein. So we have 2 sections in Tyrol. It's the old stuff, I'm sorry. But we didn't have the time to update the presentation. So we were counting that it's too far away and that you're not going to see it. It's okay though. We have one in Salzburg, ESN Salzburg, Klagenfurt, we have 2 in Steyr, Graz. Actually we have 2 in Graz, but unofficially they work as one section, officially they are 2. And we have Leoben, we have Linz, which is pretty much dying right now, but they are still there. We have Krems, and then we have 6 sections in Vienna. So, about the Erasmus Student Network Austria, we were founded in 1992 in Graz, so it actually all started in Graz. Right now we have 15 sections, but as I said, some of them are not so much alive right now. We have ESN St. Pölten as a candidate section. They applied last year in June during our NA for membership, and they are probably going to be elected as a section at our next National Assembly in June. We have around 222 volunteers in Austria on the local, the national, and the international level. On the international level, we have Gernot, he's running for audit commission with the international board. And we are supporting more than 8,000 Erasmus students per semester. ESN Vienna. So as I said, we have 6 sections in Vienna. The biggest one by far is in Wien. They have around 30 volunteers, and I don't know how many hundreds incoming every semester, 700 or 800. The other sections are a bit smaller. We have Boku, VKW, and BFE. Actually, a lot of them are working together for the events, so we Technikum and Body Network, they are from Technikum. They work really closely together, and we also have ESN Vienna, which is one big section, and it makes sense for the Viennese sections to do stuff together. Also, ESN Vienna was dead for a long time, but they are trying to resurrect it right now, and they are becoming really active right now. So then we have the national level. We have MT, our president, which some of you know, I guess. We have Mapsi, our vice president. We currently don't have a treasurer, but we received an application. He's going to be elected at the end of April in an extraordinary assembly. And then we have our Secretary General, Georg, we have me and Charlie, and we have our web project manager, Arman. Funny thing, the whole board, and actually the whole national level consists of ESN Vienna and ESN Innsbruck. We only have people from those sections. So we like to call ourselves ESN Innsbruck. Then we have Roche, our liaison officer towards youth and European institutions, Robert, our educational institution, our liaison officer for educational institutions, Babsi, our Vice Secretary General, Daniela, our Social Inclusion Coordinator, and Irena, our National Event Coordinator. And here you can see us doing the NBT in Appenzell and doing our last NA, which was also an informal meeting in Innsbruck, which took place in February. And now I'm giving over to Charlotte.
Okay, so here are some of the partners we have on national level. So we have Stuvo, that's actually like houses for students. So they pretty much like help out overseas students by taking them in. So like they get priority instead of like our students. So that's pretty cool. And it's really safe because like they can already like apply before and they know like through ESM that's going to be a safe place. We're not going to lose money on it and it's not a scam. Then we have Unistarter, that's actually like kind of an online IKEA. So like they have stuff for your home and so on, and you can order everything online. So it was actually pretty big during Corona times. And yeah. And then we have Edocom. Edocom is actually like a really cheap SIM cards provider. So we can get SIM cards to all the students if we need one. Now with free roaming, it's not a big of a thing anymore, but it helps still a lot of students. And yeah, it's pretty nice. Then Edibike, they actually provide electric bikes. So you can rent electric bikes for like a semester or just for a few weeks or something. So it's pretty cool, most of the students in Vienna use it because it's a really big city. Driving there is quite insane, so going by bike is a little bit more safe and less suicidal, I would say. And yeah, we have also more partners, like for example, the students. So it's for like you can work as a student, giving repetitions to other students and get some money, and it's a really flexible work. And we get like discounts for exchange students that want to take language courses with it. Yep. Then a contest?
Yeah. There should be a picture on there. Somehow it got lost. I don't know why. No, this is the next one. Okay, so we would have to rewrite the picture.
Okay, we organize like some events on national level, not so many. We do mostly on local levels. But we have this really big event taking place 2 times, like once per semester. And it's obviously a ski event because, I mean, we are in Austria, so yeah, we have to. So it's this wonderful thing. And it takes place in Mölta, where we actually have the highest mountain in Austria. It's amazing. We get like 200 exchange students and we bring them skiing. So most of them never went on the snow. So I'm a ski teacher and I'm actually teaching during this event. And it's hilarious. Like, it's amazing. I saw like so many nice falls and everything. People are really enjoying it. People just going skiing with the iPad to film every second and every fall. So pretty cool. And yeah, it's one of the biggest events for us, and it's amazing. So if you get the chance once to join us, that would be great. And yeah, this is the group from this year. We couldn't do it last semester because of Corona, but we did now, and yeah, it was worth it. It was really, really cool. And yeah, this is like the past like real NA that we had, like in presence. And the next one is yeah. And this one was the last one. This one wasn't really. It was supposed to be like in person. Unfortunately, we had to do it like hybrid. So we had like an informal meeting. So we're not as many as we were supposed to, but it was still nice. And yeah, it was in Innsbruck. The next one is going to be Vienna. Everyone will real Vienna, not real Vienna. So, so if you wanna upgrade, like your own really like family invited in June from the 24th till the 26th. So if you wanna like experience real Vienna, that would be great. So check your emails and please apply as international guests. So that would be great, and we expect you with your presentations as well. Thank you.
Sorry, I just wanted to say something. As you can see, some of us are wearing flower gowns. That's because we have really cool mottos at our NAs. This one was Ohane, so Ohana, welcome to Hawaii, because everyone was expecting something related to mountains, and we thought like, let's do the opposite and let's do Hawaii. So we will also have a really cool motto for our next NA, so if you're coming, you're expected to dress up. And yeah. Thank you.
But Spain, what? Okay, does someone want to say something to them?
Съжалявам.
Okay, I guess not. Okay, and now with if we follow the same decision-taking process to decide who is going to present, with small s in front of the T, Romania is the next country to present.
You're all
60 years old.
Hello everyone. We are going to start by saying hello. So, bună ziua. Okay, we're going to teach you properly. So I will say bună and you say ziua, okay? Bună ziua. Bună ziua. Good. So, I hope it was not such a pain. We are the Romanian delegation at your International Assembly. And here is our beautiful presentation. This is our board. We have president, vice president, secretary, communication manager, events manager, and treasurer in the board. So it's a bit different than you have it in your own structure. And for coordinators, we have education officer, classes coordinator, and web administrator, but also each board position has their own counselor if they want to. Yeah,
because we won't have it anymore.
Yeah, it will change next year. It was like this so far.
In terms of human resources, what we do, so what we do, how Romania looks like, we have 14 sections. 3 of them are in Bucharest, where most of us are from, and again, Jose is from Russia, as most of you already know, because he's a regular for the NAC.
Alex from
Bulgaria, and Alex is from Constanța, sorry, my bad. He lives in Bucharest, so we overtook him in our place. We organize 2 national assemblies per year that are elective. One of them is elected for the national board, and the other one different votings that we need to do. And we have officially we have 2 training events, but if possible, we are trying to organize a 3rd one and even a 4th one sometimes. If we have the money, why not? And one of them is in the summer, local boards training, right after the elections of the local board, which is usually, the elections are happening in May, more or less, and the mandates start in June. So in July, usually it's the local board training so that they get to learn what they have to do in their mandates. And the national training event is in the winter, usually in December, for the newbies that just joined in September, October.
especially. And yes, we are trying to do some education trainings or like training of trainers. You will see later what it is about. And we are doing the practice of body sections. So it's not the national board that has body sections, but the sections are bodies between themselves. So one section from a bigger city or one bigger section has a body of a smaller section in order to exchange best practices and get to learn from each other and well, manage to develop with each other. And we are very proud of some awards that we have received, especially now at the last AGM, where the ESN awards have been awarded. So yes, you can see us here. We have received the first place for the Mobility Award with a project that you will learn about in just a moment, and also the first prize for our training strategy, which included in 3 trainings that we did during the last year, and we are still having to do one now. Yes, and in terms of heroes, this is our AR strategy. I would like to mention that we have community calls every month. So each person in the national board meets with all the sections position respective. So the president meets every month with the local presidents, the national vice president meets every month with the national vice presidents, and so on. And this is really helping us a lot. And I heard that you started doing it also in Bulgaria, and I hope that you will keep doing it because it's a great practice. Okay. Excuse me a little bit. We also did a volunteers management online training event this autumn. It was about recruitment, onboarding, retention, motivation of volunteers, and we also have started this year to do a national induction day. So after every section makes the recruitment in September, October, then there is a national induction day for every section, and each volunteer newbie can go there in order to understand better what ESN is about, and especially the national level more than just the local one.
Okay. There you go. Right, so project and programs. We only chose 2 because there are kind of like more. But it's the 2 ones that Daria told you about. One of them, people from Bulgaria got a chance to participate as well, right? One step closer to Erasmus+.
Yes.
Yeah, we had invitations from everywhere. It was actually a mixed event, so it was 2/3 Erasmus volunteers and 1/3 Erasmus students, just to create kind of like a community which would promote the Erasmus program going back home. The other one is the next generation of trainers, which is a training program. Training for trainers, very similar to what Educate does. So it has the same concept at the basis, but we're trying to do it in Romania as well, just to make it a little bit more affordable for volunteers, because we saw that more and more people are interested in this facilitation / training part of things. Both of them ESA granted, right? So almost everything was paid.
Okay, guys. So I'm gonna talk a bit about one of our national events, Halloween Transylvania. It's one of the biggest events that we are holding in Romania. Hopefully this year it's not gonna be cancelled again. We hope that we're gonna have participants from all the sessions that we have, and why not you guys as well. Normally we have like 600 to 800 participants at this event. Let's hope this year is gonna be a restart of this magical event that if the video works off camera. It should work.
It should work. It's working. How many of you heard about Halloween in Transylvania? Oh yes, perfect. More of you should join it.
I know you tried to play
Last year? This was the 2019 edition.
Yeah, this was the last time we were supposed to hold it last year. Last year was the project manager, but due to the fact of COVID, we had to cancel it. But this year we hope that it's going to restart again with, let's say, 8,000 people at least. A couple of years ago we broke the record 1,200, so anything is possible. And the event is held in Warsaw, so if you want to come in Warsaw, let us know.
One of our other big national events is Escape to Vamaveke, which usually happens around May. We always try to do it on the 1st of May, but sometimes it's, I need to play a bit with the time. And then we also have in, normally in the seaside, but it depends. This was last year, it was also in Vamaveke Reconnect. And this was based on an event for volunteers, where we tried to just reconnect with one another from a really long time that we couldn't see each other because of the pandemic situations and limited number of participants in events that we had. And yeah, so for Escape to Vamaveke, we also have a little video if you would like to see it. As our second biggest national event.
Even if you don't, we still put it
Yeah.
there. Would be a shame.
And this is from the 2018 edition.
I wanna get my life in the Mexican sky. Rich margarita tacos. Listen to the lights play at midnight. Are you with me? Are you with me?
So you've probably seen in the video that we normally have color medals, so the event is not complete without that. And we also have a cleaning activity on the beach where we all gather and clean the beach basically after 1st of May.
Okay, so as you can see, me and Alex are very sporty people. Yeah, we hold at national level our national phase for Erasmus Games. This year is going to be in Constanza. I forgot time. Time flies. Basically, I don't know who won. All the participants won, so there were a lot of people attending this year, sadly, but at least we have, for each sport, we have someone who's going to attend that international level.
That's about it. The thing is, we have a tradition. We've attended since the second edition actually, and it's a project that we hold here, and it's very nice to see that Bulgaria is participating this year as well. So it's going to be a great event, I think.
You'll be fine.
And we also have a few national programs. Last year we initiated the causes themed weeks, which I think the name speaks for itself. We do have a designated week for each cause, where both the national level, but also our sections, we organize events around that cause. And something that started this year was No More Monday, which is a designated day. So the Monday would be a designated day where volunteers can learn more about different structures, be that it's a bit of information, what does it mean to be a chairing team, or what is wiki, or important documents that we have within ESN Romania. So just little things that we can, it's considered that they're important for ESN Romania, and we wanted to pop it in the minds of the volunteers and educate them a little bit more on that topic.
This is the last slide. So, just a couple of things that, well, we think we do, best. Annual report, which is not the annual report that everybody was used to, so that kind of like very boring template, but it's a more interactive thing where the national board, so it was conceived as an idea of transparency, where we can better, not we, but the national board, where the national board can actually, showcase better to the sections what they've been doing. At the same time, we send it to the international level. And in addition to this, there are reports on everything that we do, so on the strategy, on the action plan, and so on, which is also kind of shared with a couple of stakeholders, especially in the higher education institution. Evaluation activity is something that was mentioned earlier here. It was built upon the section requirements, so we established section requirements for our national sections, for our local sections. And right now, using a template that we got from the international that I'm using for the countries, we adapted it to the sections to do a better evaluation there. The evaluation is not, it is qualitative and quantitative, but it doesn't show, it's just like a guidelines, it's recommendation. So it's showing the people what they could do to be the best, but it's not something that's mandatory. But of course, it includes a couple of things from the section requirements. And another thing which is very recent is how fast the sections reacted with the Ukrainian crisis. It was something that was actually, we have a couple of sections that are close to the border. They mobilized very fast, and we were very proud that they managed to, go help either physically or by organizing donations, fundraising, and so on. And even some of them hosting people who were coming from Ukraine. And that's it. If you have any questions.
Thank you. And now, I think it's finally time for ESN Turkey to join stage.
With this one you go forward, with this one you go back, and this is your contact.
What?
Hello. Merhaba, okay, so let's start. It's like an agenda. So first of all, I will present myself, then I'll give them general information about Turkey, then I'll mention our partners, national positions, meetings, educational events, projects, and national events. Who am I? I'm the same as you can see. I'm Deniz. I was born in 1998 in Antalya, Turkey, but fun fact, I never lived there. And I lived 15 years in total here in Russia. Right now I study in Istanbul, Yeditepe University. My first department is translation and interpreting studies. My second department is political science and international relations, and at the same time I'm following a minor degree in Russian language and literature. I hate my life. I joined ESN in 2018. ESN Yeditepe is my local section. Currently I'm the national representative of ESN Turkey, and on the international level I'm a member of NEC. And fun fact about me, I'm a Eurovision fan, a huge Eurovision fan, so I know every song by heart this year as well. Okay, some info about ESN Turkey. We were established in 2006. We had our first section in 2005, but we were established as an NO in 2006. We have 40 sections right now, and we're the third largest country in ESN in terms of sections. We are present in 16 cities, as you can see from the map here. And we have 3 big cities, Istanbul, Ankara, and Izmir. In Istanbul, we have 15 sections in total. In Ankara, 5, Izmir, 4, Eskişehir, 3, and others 1 or 2. Some of our national partners, of course, we cooperate with our national agency. We have TÜPÖC, which is Turkish Psychology Students Working Group. We have Cleopatra Inc., which is the biggest tattoo company in Turkey, and I think the most corporate one. They are also present in Europe as well. We have some discounts with the ESN card there. We finished that one, sorry. We have Gulf Insurance, which is the biggest insurance company that we get support from when we solve the health insurance issues of our Erasmus students. Of course, Pernodica. When we have international events, we receive some promotional materials, especially for responsible party. We have EMSA Turkey, Medical Student Association. We have Travel Encyclopedia, which is a blog where sections and universities can promote themselves and their cities, and your Erasmus and incoming students can follow the page there and some fun facts about the cities and universities. We have Move, which is a car rental company. We have a discount there. Ubuntu is just like our international partner Questo, from city tour application. We have this one, HR association, so they are providing some HR support. We have some mentors there. We have Red Bull, which is pretty obvious. They provide some drinks throughout the event, but also some attractions on our national events. We have a new partner, Geldivet.com, which is a travel agency, and we try to solve our visa issues with them. So far, so good, but still we have some problems with visas, you can imagine, as a non-EU country. And Gönderli Academy is also an HR association, and Have Mind is a headhunter company, so they are sharing some CV review opportunities, and also some job and internship vacancies. So this is the national board. I'm the national representative. We have Ali, our president, Tuğçe, our vice president, Elif as our communication manager, Celal as our WPA, Sule as our treasurer, and Shema as our project manager. Our board supporters, currently we have 3 board supporters and 3 vacant positions. Some of them resigned, Turkish Strong not here, and as in every country probably, but you know, Turkish Strong is a bit way more intense, but you can get through the soap operas. And so we have HR coordinator Aylin, business coordinator Pelin, education officer Ayşe, and the vacant positions are event responsible. We don't have an event responsible. And also CLR admin. CLR is a council of local representative where especially the NR does the knowledge transfer there, and we get some feedbacks from the sections. And the other vacant position is, right now, the previous name was social inclusion coordinator, now it is course coordinator. And we have a board of auditors, a full board of auditors, with President Kerem, procedural auditor Furkan, and Ayberk as financial auditor, who is also a candidate for the treasury. Of IB. Our national committees, we have 8. some of them are repeating guys. Like Okay, so we have 8 committees. We had 7, but this year we added new EFCOM, Event Committee. So they are more or less parallel to the international version. We have CPK, Space we call it. It's a parallel version of ICE. We have PRCom, a parallel version of COMCOM. Web Team, a parallel version of ITCom. Netcom, just like NEC. And FTC, a version of FICO, and additionally we have International Strategy Committee working under the NR and following the international agenda, helping the sections with ESN awards application section, the spotlight, the spotlight, and making our sections more visible. We have SOS, Statutes and Standing Orders Committee, trying to further develop our statutes and standing orders and help sections to make their own. And also, they have a new structure right now, a legal team, an audit team, and helping the board of auditors in the process of audit. And IFCOM, a new committee, trying to support the vice president and, if present, the event responsible throughout the national events. So, our national meetings, we have 3 national meetings. The first one is Autumn National Assembly. It's not an elected one, so the already elected boards present their action plans there, and we are trying to see what we can do throughout the year. So, like making a map of what we will do throughout the mandate. And then we have section presence meeting. This is the only NA that we can change our statutes and standing orders. During the hours we cannot do it, so we have only one meeting that we can change our SOS. So it's pretty much that's all that. We change our SOS and give updates on that meeting, but it's pretty intense. And we have Spring National Assembly. This is the elected one, usually in May. And so we'll have it in Izmir this year, so you're more than welcome. I sent an email yesterday. Yes. You're more than welcome between the 20th and 22nd of May in Izmir. Our national trainings, so we have several trainings. This is ESM 101. We have ESM 101 in 4 cities, 4 regions, let's say. In the 3 big cities, Istanbul, Ankara, and Izmir. And also Akdeniz, which is the Mediterranean region. We have several sections there as well. We try to do it every semester physically, as long as we have OC coming from that region. If not, we're for sure making one online. If someone couldn't join from that region, then also like everyone can join on one training. So this year we had 2 physical Istanbul 101, ESM 101s in Istanbul and Ankara, and we had an online one as well. And this semester we will have an online one, a second online one for those who couldn't join the first semester. I don't have it here on the slides, but we have ESM 201, which is the next step of ESM 101. And people who want to attend ESM 201 should show certificate of ESM 101. So this is more like, yes, this is more like a training of potential board members, local board members. And here we discuss some stuff like leadership, time management skills, conflict resolution, etc. And we will also have it physically this semester, the ESM 201s, and one online as well. Oh my gosh, okay. We have field-related trainings as well. We have COM 101, which is designed for future communication managers and those who want to learn something like basic skills in Photoshop. We have Web 101 for the web project administrators and some satellite, like developing websites for sections, etc. And one more, Social Inclusion 101 for project management and for future projects or SI coordinators in the sections. And we have, this I think is unique to us, the event, we have ESM Unplugged, where we unplug ourselves from ESM as long as it's possible. It's not, of course. It's in open air, in nature, so it's kind of in the mountains, and we have soft skill training. There are people coming outside of ESM, so maybe from our partners, EMSA, or like Psychology Students Association, and giving us workshops on different topics that can help us either in ESM or in our real lives, ESM. And yes, we also have alumni talks. We try to call our alumni in the specific regions in ESL 101s and 201 so that they can motivate our newbies. And we also have money talks for those who are interested in money, finance issues, and cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, etc.
This is what I wanted to ask. Is there a crypto?
Yes, there is.
Yeah.
We don't do it in ESL, but
Can we just join for some? Yeah.
Probably they're in Turkish.
call me and I will interpret for you. It's okay. I'm studying interpreting, so.
No, we're interested in what you discuss there. You already know about that from my work. You mentioned that you put it at the bottom of the PhD and you progress me over like what do you mean in crypto in Turkey? And we really are interested in more after understanding it's more like a discussion if you're interested in that, so we're interested in.
Okay, I will notify you. We have some. I don't understand anything about finance, so I'm interested. Okay, so our project this year we had Boost Your Energy. The name is pretty tricky here. I thought it, I don't know why. But we had a partnership with the leading energy company in Turkey, so it's called Enerjisa. And we decided to make a speaking club to the children of the employees of the company. And we said that we can boost their English levels and so, and we are in the energy company, so boost your energy. Yeah. Okay, so and we had an 8-week section and speaking club with the children. We have 12 classes, like 12 teams with 12 different moderators and coordinators. And the company gave us grants for the moderators and the coordinators. They were from ESMs. And also we had international guests from different countries and from Bulgaria as well. And we gave them Amazon gift cards so that they helped us in the project. And also at that time when we started the project, there were wildfires in Turkey, in the Mediterranean region. So we decided to donate 20 saplings per session, so we donated around 2,000, 3,000 saplings in the end. That was a pretty cool project, and the children were so sad that it finished, but we'll see, maybe we can have a second part. We had all different, all equal, and one with the motto, one light, different shines, with Fenerbahce, the football club, boys know. And so we visited the stadium and had a workshop with he for she. And yeah, so it was more to raise awareness of cultural awareness at the same time, and on the other hand, some awareness about equality, gender equality. And we usually organize successful experience conference every year. This year we're trying to add something more, and we'll see if we organize it or not, because we want it not to be repetitive. But here we're talking about people, disabled people who have done their Erasmus before, and they're giving motivational speeches to others as well, so that people are not afraid to go on Erasmus even though they have disabilities. And we had Flash Forward, a brand new project with our partner Turkish Psychology Students Working Group. I don't know, translation, yes. So we had Flash Forward, we had a survey beforehand to see what may the challenges be for potential Erasmus students, so people, mobility students maybe. So will they face racism, or will they have economic problems, or like inclusion problems and so on. So we had a survey beforehand, and then we had an online meeting to fix those maybe concerns that they had, and we had some experience sharing, etc., so that we can motivate people to go on Erasmus as much as possible. And our national events, we had medalists at the beginning of the mandate, and I will also, if we have enough time, I'll show the video on YouTube. And madness, the name comes from Mediterranean madness, so yeah. And it's an event on the Mediterranean in an all-inclusive hotel with lots of partying but responsible. And yes, party. Something happened. And then we had Grand Cappadocia trip, both semesters. We had it last semester and this semester as well. And it's a cultural event. You probably have heard of Cappadocia, the hot air balloons and everything there. We had also participants from Bulgaria as well. And thank you very much to ESM Bulgaria that they allowed me to post and to share the event on the informal Facebook group. And we had a brand new event, Ice Kissed. We will have Sun Kissed as well in Izmir again this semester, we'll see. But Ice Kissed was in Eskişehir, Bursa, and on Uludağ Mountain, if you have heard of it, just like one portable, let's say, or one score. And we had a great time, and it was a brand new event there. We'll see, maybe the next sports will continue with that event as well, because it was both a sports activity and at the same time a cultural trip. And Chilmas is coming soon, the 6th edition. We will organize it between the 13th and 15th of May, and I'll probably share the email tomorrow when we have the details ready. Chilmas is a camping event with DJ performances and health and well-being activities, again in Izmir, so you are more than welcome. It will be fun for sure. And we have several regional national events. So we have grand welcome parties in the 3 big cities each semester. So in total 6 welcome parties in Izmir, Ankara and Istanbul. We have grand farewells respectively, 6 grand farewell parties. We have grand Halloween parties in the 3 big cities again, and the New Year board party in Istanbul on the New Year's Eve, of course. And yes, basically that's all. Thank you.
Awesome. Yes. Which slide was it?
No slide, but just YouTube channel.
Ah, yes, of course. You can see your video. Yes, in Turkey?
Yes. Do I have a time for 2 videos?
Yes, of course. Okay. Which is the video?
Madness и после Каппадокия.
Madness?
И Каппадокия, двете ночи.
Then someone else should learn it.
Okay, then Madness.
Guys, we see the movie and I let you go, okay? Just give us 2 minutes. Thank you to our international guests. Now I would ask everyone to stay for a bit. Maria is going to go outside because she needs to get your signatures on your way out. So for our international friends, this was it for you for today. You can go out, sign Maria's document, and I'll see you at 7:30 in the club. And for the Bulgarian part, yes, we have the bow night, right? Hey, but we are going to dance, we have bow. Yes. So right now it's time for the local sections from 5:25 until 6:25 we have time. Each university can decide by themselves how you want to do your communication on the inside, but please don't forget to put your signature on Maria's list. Thank you.
Guys, sorry. I will repeat again. I know it was spoken so much time, but still, please, especially Bulgarians. 7:30 in the restaurant, please, guys. I know you want to go to the city and blah blah stuff, but the restaurant closed at 11. So we should please 7:30. The all seat prepared for you. A super nice social program. So please be at 7:30 and the restaurant. You have the address of the chat. The all seat will sit at again. If you are from the hotel, better take a taxi. You are around 5-6 level, and you have 4 people to be reaching.
Day one, official parties closed.
Компlet да махате на пътя кабелет.
Това всичко разкачваме.
Просто да ги маха без някакви неща.
Само лекичко го махаш и утре да може да ги сложим пак бързо.
Просто ги махам без да ги... Кое пише?
Марко, Пешо, изчакате ли отвън, аз се сайдам само събера нещата. Оп, наградата. Събирам. Дай да го питам да не Не. Спирам токовете.
това. Това не е същия шрифт, но никак особено. Не трябва да има това, което остане и това, което има финално.
А то всъщност след това просто нищо. Сега сигурно си има тогава, че повече